me, understand? Why the fuck was this movie ever made? Who in their right fucking mind thought this was a good idea? I cannot, for the fucking life of me, understand or come to terms with the fact that not just one person, but multiple people thought this was a good idea and worked on it. People made this.
Yeah, people made this. Welcome to one of the most interesting and kind of disturbing train wrecks of modern television. This is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be covering the report of what exactly happened, or at least what we know regarding the Long Night. First, allow me to bring in my guests.
Afternoon, everyone! Oh my god, I can't believe some of the stuff that comes out in these videos. Dragon sure does his homework.
Yep, he does. Please welcome...
the current Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves is Logan Grimnar, also known as the Old Wolf. He rules from the Hall of the Great Wolf, together with his Wolf Lords such as Herald Deathwolf, Eagle Ironwolf, and Bjorn Stormwolf.
All I got out of that was wolf, 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 and wolf.
The Space Wolves are incredibly uninspired.
You could give me enough time to at least be not sober.
I'm sorry, no.
No. Yeah. And please welcome. Let's see.
Stupid small rocks, I tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
stupid
the patch notes
small
clearly
rocks.
state. Well, you see, the community complained that you were too OP, so they had to patch you in last minute. A man called Snow Targaryen sent in a request in the mods, so then they sent it to the developers, and then they that's how that's why you couldn't kill that small rock.
Okay.
Yep, indeed. Please allow me to bring in another guy.
Look at what Carib's just said right now. Need to build us a whole pack of riding wolves to save us.
Oh no, it's the Night King again. God damn him. Get out of here, you suck. Just kidding.
And I believe we have one more.
Sorry, I could.
That was
Things like...
What the?
And our very, very, very special guest. None other than Dragon the Man.
Yep.
Hey there.
hello there.
Everyone, welcome on board. Welcome. Good old. About.
I explain what all this is in the video. I just wanted to hang around to hear everyone else's reaction. But if you follow my channel, I've been reporting on the Long Night prequel for like the past 2 years, and I had heard really crazy rumors about it, that it's racist as hell. And then the casting reports gradually confirmed that. And then this past July, we got some new reports that really confirmed that, like casting reports. So because I wanted to present this to mainstream news, I condensed 8 hours of stuff into this 2.5-hour video. And I'm sending it around. Redanian Intelligence saw it. I hope they run it as news. I put out a trailer for this podcast right before it, so I hope you guys get some spillover if this succeeds. But the theme of the thing is, no one wanted this prequel, even George R.R. Martin. Like the book fan site Westeros flat out said, he never wanted this. They picked it for White Walker hype. And it's like, let's slap together a plot where there was never meant to be one. These are not interconnected stories in the Age of Heroes. And then it would be
how it all ended
of what the late show became, with just celebrity hype, and let's just slap the name Stark and Lannister on it and buy it. And even I know very little about it, of just how much was going on crazy behind the scenes. But what strikes me as even worse is that no one was willing to report on it. And yes, we have franchise fatigue after season 8, but everyone just kind of shrugged and moved on to House of the Dragon. That no, the same executives, you lost millions of dollars on this. It's like when Dorne failed and then they just shrugged and kept moving, and you're like, but you failed. You guys are
it's kind of nuts.
No one even asked, and everyone's too afraid. And I really hope that if we get the news trending on this, that some of the actors will come forward to confirm it really was this crazy. But I talk all about that in the video, and I'm more interested in what the panel has to say. So I'm hanging around in the background in case there are questions.
Alrighty. Well, everybody knows why we're here. Let's do it. Roll the clip.
Here we go.
Hi there. This is a condensed summary of everything we know about the canceled Long Night prequel pilot to Game of Thrones called Bloodmoon, incorporating a lot of information that came out just last week in 2 big updates. One, a casting update from the news site Redanian Intelligence, and the other, an interview with an extra who worked on the pilot, posted by YouTuber Lucifer Means Lightbringer. Lucifer also did some follow-up questions with this extra that he just sent me back over private message. And among other things, both sources independently support the leaks we've heard, that this prequel was rejected because it was ridiculously racist, in that the way they decided to shove black people in at the last minute was to cast only black people as children of the forest, the primitive, non-human, tribal elf guys.
If that's not racist, I don't know what is.
A disaster.
That's totally not racist.
Shall we pause and discuss?
All the book fans.
Yes. Pause.
By the way, everyone knows that Bialystock and Bloom is from Max Brooks, the producers. Mel Brooks is the producers.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I know. I just forgot about that.
You know, like Springtime for Hitler will make an intentionally bad thing and then run off with the money.
Yeah, it kind of is. It's just like, I'm like, so Wolf, kind of right at the gate, did you think that it would be this bad?
I'm expecting it to get worse. So much worse.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah. It's kind of just like, no, that's why I said before we start recording, no woke person would come up with this idea to cast the black people as the tiny green elf things.
Yeah, I was already aware about that. I was already aware of that.
More about the people making the series than it does anyone else.
Well, what it really says, I talk about this when I get to this later in the video, it wasn't one big idea, it was
a series of bad ideas
ahead, that you can see how they stumbled into it, that it was 2 steps of, oh no, we picked the one that has brand name recognition, White Walkers, Starks as main characters, and then after they picked it, went, wait a minute, there's no black people in it. Then the second choice was make them children of the forest. And then the third choice was, wait a minute, they don't look like humans, they're monsters. I'll explain that with a magical curse. But much like season 7 and 8, where they would stumble from one short-sighted thing to the next because they weren't thinking ahead, that, no one person sat down and said, we're going to do all of this. They wrote themselves into a corner.
Yeah.
And the passing the buck, that it's always someone else's problem, compartmentalizing everything so the actors didn't quite know what was going on. That it sounds ridiculous, but there's a lot of evidence, and we've seen these guys do that before, where they stumble blindly into a really dumb idea.
Mm-hmm.
It accumulates over time.
Idea so ridiculous that you don't believe it's true, and then it actually is true.
That that isn't an image I made. I screenshotted that. That's what their report looked like. And this is a reliable casting news site for The Witcher.
Wow.
But I'll get into that. And
yeah.
They'll get the context of, well, wait a minute, what story are they doing?
They'll get you get into the really strange story decisions that they decide to make, but let's get to that. Let's press play now.
The one thing I always
through a bunch of hype about this empty shell of a project for a year and a half. That was insulting at just how much people were willing to turn things off and believe in the blind hype. Hey, we're doing a long night pilot and nothing else. And people were running convention panels on how amazing it was going to be, based on nothing. And HBO treating it as the only prequel when we know...
How can anybody be excited?
HBO corrects George R. Martin on the name of the prequel for his stuff.
Oh,
Think
wow.
what that says.
Well,
I know. Just from a casual's point of view, who would want to watch a show about the White Walkers after season 8? They didn't end well.
Break between season 7 and 8, when people were spending $500 on a bust of the Night King riding Viserion, which isn't going to happen. You have $500 to spend on this? Where do you even have room to put it? Is it a coffee table piece? A conversation starter?
Okay.
Yeah, I find that a bit creepy. I don't like people writing me unless it's Parthenax, then I'll be fine.
I bought ice, but that's because I like swords.
I bought a big sword. How do you have room for that? It's 6 feet long.
I put it on. I just nailed it to my wall.
Just got some nails from Home Depot and just shoved it.
Well, I use a very hammered sword, but
yeah. All I have is a call T-shirt.
That's one great sword you have there, Dunn.
Oh.
I have a total of 9. I have a total of 9 swords. I've got Oathkeeper, Longclaw, Ice, Orcrist, Narsil, Glamdring, the Witch King sword, a couple of katanas, Excalibur, and a few other things. And
so you're going to go for
Guthwine, Aelmir's sword.
Done here's ready to become.
All I have is
Done here's ready to become.
You don't have the full set yet.
Done here's ready to become Lord of what? Ready to become Lord of something.
All I have is Sting and a random short sword.
I have a wooden sword.
All I have is a katana. That's it.
I got my sword in England at that castle, Kenilworth Castle. It's a wooden sword, though.
Shall I share the screen, Neff?
Oh no, I was having some technical difficulties.
I just have some cheap lightsabers. I just get cheap plastic lightsabers to play with my nephews who are 3 and 4 because they are my greatest treasures.
Aww.
Yeah.
Not in $1,000 ice. How much did you pay for that? Actually based on the prequel development road. So why am I still reporting on this even though it's already canceled? Well, to start with, all of the HBO executives who picked the Long Night prequel.
Yeah, Casey Bloys.
Positions of authority. I like to hope that Bloys wasn't really in charge with this Plepler, and he was just a rubber stamp. I don't blame him. But if he was willing, he was parroting the party line. It's if he greenlights House of the Dragon and Valyria, I have no need to destroy him. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, you were a cog in a machine. Whatever. You seem to be good at running the comedy department. I really get more of the sense this Plepler was in charge anyway. That there's Blois was just, and for the Confederate thing too. I really think that was more Plepler than him.
Yeah,
It
Plepler is the
amazes me
one
how these
that
people
this is.
continue to fail upwards.
Well, that's
instead
weird
of
because Casey
downward.
Blois has actually worked at HBO since 2005. He ran the comedy division, and he was on paper he's good at it. So
Well, it's
he's
mainly
not the
Plepler
worst
who
executive.
is.
He's willing to enable the other ones, but that's the culture they have. So, I mean, he's
Yeah,
been a
it's-
gaffe machine dealing with Game of Thrones, but he came on to Game of Thrones like in the last season, and there's no way he could have affected it. So don't blame him for. I think this is all Plepler.
Yeah, it's Plepler is the
You're
one.
going
that,
to burn in a very special level of hell. A level they reserve for child molesters and people who talk at the theater.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially the theater
None of
part.
them suffered any
Wait,
repercussions.
so I'm burning in hell then?
Or no consequences. Casey Blois is still the head of HBO's drama department. He was the guy actively championing the Long Night prequel at every big TCA news panel over the past year and a half. And as for former HBO CEO Richard Plepler, he did leave HBO because he cynically jumped ship and is now in charge of Apple TV Plus, big new streaming platform. Plepler is now in charge of the network making the live-action adaptation of Isaac Asimov's Foundation series. I don't know. I'm not sure how this works. He's not actually in charge, but his production company is getting a lot of stuff from them. So I don't know what their behind-the-scenes politics are. He's a major figure there now, if not the figure.
which is kind of not
still
good
failing
because even like in that report that you did regarding the new head of HBO, now former new head of HBO came in and he just basically lambasted Plepler for being a sucky awesome producer.
The head of AT&T, this surreal moment where they're in front of that conference full of his cronies, and they cheer at everything he says, and the AT&T guy sees right through it and isn't like fooled by the look at me, I'm tanned and wear an open collar and I act so confident, and he's just staring at him going, "You're losing money. I'm not fooled by this."
The numbers speak for themselves. The numbers speak for themselves, bub.
Yeah, and, you know, if these people had their heads screwed on straight, they'd be looking at the numbers going, we messed up really badly. How do we fix it? Instead of, oh, la-da-da-da, what else can we mess up today?
I don't think that's going to be for a while.
I mean, what happens when he does eventually get that finished up? I will swear my sword.
Anyway, I want to get to the good stuff without me talking over
Actually, then the server becomes the entirety of the castle's population.
Yeah. Oh, hi, little red-haired girl. I saw you in the comments.
Yeah, good to see you. I'm glad that you subbed. Alrighty. Well, let's keep going. Yeah.
Two men managing to fail upwards. This report is an accusation against incompetent executives who are continuing to fail upwards over such ridiculous and, in this case, extremely racist things. How do you still have jobs? Plepler and Blois are also the two guys who greenlit Benioff's Confederate show without a pilot back in 2017. Which
they still, the cathedral is going to build at the castle.
Interesting pattern.
Yeah, it's basically like also like it just seems as though like HBO wants to be woke, but they're doing it in a way, but at least for Confederate, which is basically, what if the South won the Civil War and slavery still existed, run
which is
by
other alternate history ideas.
Yeah, It's basically
I don't think even the idea of Confederate was bad, because like there's books like that. It's Benioff and Weiss of all people should not be running this.
No, they have no idea how to construct long-form stories, and they shouldn't be touching things like that because they'll want to do everything in a single day. And for something like Confederate, you can't do that.
Thing is, I first heard the leak about this behind the scenes like a month after they announced that Long Night was going to be happening. This is July of 2018. I heard about that.
Oh, hey, Grant.
Crazy, but less than a year before, this is 2018, this was still less than a year after the Confederate announcement. So when I heard it and I tell other people behind the scenes, as I said before, what is unbelievable anymore? When this Confederate thing happened, it's just, this is a whole new level of crazy. And the man who would greenlight that is capable of doing this. So it sounds plausible.
Yeah, the idea that we are working with right now, like the idea of Confederate is a dumb idea. Like, but if you execute it.
If they'd won, we'd probably still have had slavery for a while, but slavery would have died out eventually, no matter
I made this whole
won.
other video on it. I mean,
one of
them real alternate history about the Civil War goes that if it like by Harry Turtledove, when slavery would have been outlawed as such within 20 years, it would have turned into like apartheid, but it wouldn't have kept going like that in the age of industrialization. But
yeah,
I'm not here to yell about
what slavery does is that slavery affects the economy and it affects everyone around it. The people who benefited are simply the ones who benefit from slavery. But the common folk, like the average Joe working in fields, he's gonna suffer hard from it. Like straight up, half the population of the South, they couldn't read because because they were taking away jobs, because all of them was getting given over to the planters. The planters became their own class. It's a very interesting subject when you go into the depths of
mechanics of slavery,
and how it continued, like the sharecropper system, like through the 1960s, and just how that social strata of the big farm owners exploiting the black people, and then the poor whites, like, why are we getting waged out? Like MLK would say, that you get the psychological wage of at least I'm not a black person. I've got all this segregation to make me feel better.
Yeah,
like a pyramid scheme. So, but I digress.
Yeah.
The way they of all people, like if tomorrow I heard that the Sci-Fi Channel was making an alternate history Civil War thing, okay, it's that these guys were doing it after all the race controversies.
Yeah, like how they turned Talisa into a sex pot, even though she's apparently very pretty in the books, and they just turned into a romance just cuz. And the stuff with all of the rape controversy, the treatment of non-white women, the sexualization, over-sexualization, Asian specifically, the cutting of African blacks, that sort of thing.
Isn't it true that there was only one black person on the main cast? Isn't that right? Wasn't it just Natalie Emmanuel?
After they got rid of Indira Varma.
Yeah, and what's his name? Jacob Anderson never became full cast, right?
I don't think so, but Confederate was a real turning point for this show, because up until it was the first week of season 7, you could not criticize them. And that was by season 8, even early season 8, season 7 was bad. It was okay to complain about them. Imagine just that hard left it was from, oh my God, Battle of the Bastards throughout the whole holiday break. And then the beginning of season 7, hey, we're doing Confederate, and people just does not compute. People couldn't mentally process they were going to do something that crazy when they were riding high up until that point.
Yeah, Neff and we all did a reaction to the Battle of the Bastards video, but we watched the battle first live on stream.
Yeah,
I think, and Neff was like, "What the heck is this? This battle is stupid."
I've
never seen it before
because they needed to think it was the best thing ever. I'm
not a military person, and I don't really write action very well. but I know that that's not how you're supposed to do pincer movements.
Little things like, why didn't Sansa tell Jon about the Vale Army? Like, the story makes no sense. But everything...
I always have that weird headcanon where like, Sansa's actually trying to get Jon killed for the throne or something.
Headcanon to justify things is, I think, why a lot of people were watching up until the point Arya kills the Night King, and there can be no plot twist next season that makes this make sense. This is it. There is no payoff. And I've seen that in other shows.
I know it was dumb. I was just saying that
headcanon that this will make sense next season.
Oh, that whole business. I was arguing with people with season 7 about that stuff.
Now, there's even people who think season 8 was amazing because they needed
like he has an IRL. Like he has an IRL is one person who thinks the game. Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my
I know
God.
people say they adored season 8. I'm like,
But you have to remember that Plepler picked this, and Benioff and Weiss were not involved with Long Night. So even though I'm complaining, the same corporate mentality made it. We're pretty sure Benioff had no suggestions on this whatsoever. So we have to be careful not to lump everyone together. That this is Plepler's fault squarely. Benioff indirectly. And I don't know if Jane Goldman is at fault or not for this, because she never talked about it. Maybe she was just getting directives from Plepler. So I don't know who's to blame for all these crazy theories about what the story was. If Jane was as much a prisoner as everyone else. But because Plepler was the one who had the go-ahead, I'll blame him.
I am perfectly fine to do that, because Mr. Plepler seems like he's kind of an asshole.
Kind of? I'd say more than just kind of, but
yeah, some of those people who try to defend season 8 are really, really out there.
I just can't. It's one thing for a person to actually like it. It's another for saying them that, oh, he just didn't like it, and he's like, no.
Oh yeah, like Turf Nation. That when we responded to him on a different channel, it's like Rhaegal's death is a nitpick. Like they were hidden behind a rock, obviously, so it makes sense.
No.
You know what a nitpick is?
The nitpick is a very small. A nitpick is small but valid. It as a small but valid criticism. But what people are complaining about Jon Snow hiding behind a rock is because it gets to see a power from Dion de Viserion, because he blew out half a freaking wall.
I know. It's me.
Yeah. Essentially, what we're saying is
griping about Sonic's arms in the Sonic movie.
You're unhappy with the ending. No, I question your basic writing credentials. So this guy isn't a functional adult.
This isn't a nitpick.
Yeah, a nitpick is like people complaining that Tyrion talks about a flag, and they didn't have flags in the Middle Ages as such.
They have banners.
Yes, that's a nitpick, I would say.
Oh, one tiny thing. In your list of clips, do you have like a 10-second, 5-second clip of that interview where Cogman says, I can write a whole scene where people don't speak?
I don't have that uploaded yet. I've got this one.
Maybe he's just a reckless and irresponsible jackass. Echo, sir. How many times you've already seen it keeps coming up, these performances, these faces, and it won't in this because we didn't see this film, but you need the performances, these faces clip of him saying, I don't need dialogue in your list of clips, but that's not relevant here.
I tried to.
We should get to the meat of everything on the actual file.
Let's keep going.
I was gonna say, I was telling that to Mueller. Like I was trying to tell him that what you saying about him. He's like, Mueller's like, what? Because I got into a conversation with him one time.
Oh wow!
What was he confused about?
I don't think he really believed me when I said that they think that they can substitute dialogue with facial expressions.
Two really quick things. First, it's just I realized I used to think, I guess, verbalizing this, they have some. Why are you seeing fan sites that love this? Like Watchers on the Wall are just, oh my god, they're fangirls for Alfie Allen, right? That they're just, oh my god, Alfie's making such a great face. Kit Harington's making such a great face. And I guess we assumed Benioff was doing some really complicated artsy thing or had a wacky interpretation, and that they were just, and the fans were liking it on the face level. No, Benioff is himself an actor fanboy. There is no higher purpose. He's just showing off people emoting. That was the point where the switch went in my brain, and I realized, you're just a fanboy. There is some deeper thing that this guy doesn't believe in themes. That's all they're doing, and it's on top of that, awards pandering that they wanted to get Emmys. So the Thoughts Rape happened because they were pandering her to get an Emmy so they could pad their resume for Star Wars.
Yeah, I had a conversation.
We didn't want to accept that was happening.
I had a weird conversation with Mr. Yezin IRL who said like that thing with the themes has been taken out of context. They were drunk and the guy was badgering them for a quote. I'm like,
yeah, but
they're drunk all the time.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Yezin. Being drunk does not give you an excuse. If anything, it just proves that you're just talking what you're saying on your mind. Because when you're drunk, you tend to speak more what's on your mind when you're drunk because you don't have that inhibitor that lets you think before you talk. Now,
the filter between your brain and your mouth disappears when you're drunk enough.
It's like my thing is that I always talk what's on my mind because I'm kind of an honest person like that. I will be honest, so when I say something, it's most likely been on my mind. But when I'm drunk, maybe I'll tell you more what's on my mind. But obviously, in this case, a scenario, being drunk does not give you an excuse to say this shit because then you're just saying what's on your mind. You're just saying, "Oh," it's like there's a saying in Latin. Or essentially, alcohol makes you tell the truth.
In vino veritas.
In vino veritas.
There it is. In vino veritas. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't want to dwell on the early stuff too much and repeat stuff from, Battle of Bastards was bad. It was. Benioff and Weiss weren't in this, but Plepler was. And the meat of this starts at the 7-minute point when I go, all right, let's dive in. I give bullet points of what was going on, but let's burn through the next 4 minutes or so.
All right. Yeah, let's do that. Go for it.
Guys, and they're still leading figures in the TV industry, affecting TV shows we watch. I won't stand for this. So why am I reporting on it even though it's canceled? Well, why report on Fire Festival or the Theranos scandal long after everyone involved was already arrested? Well, why report on failed movie projects and box office bombs? Like I'm thinking of an extreme example, that late 1990s failed Superman movie with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, good God.
What the hell?
Honestly,
What in the
90s?
13 circles of hell is this?
I don't even blame Nicolas Cage for that. It's the writer on it was insane. And
honestly,
the producer was also insane. He brought in a freaking polar bear, didn't he?
No, I'm saying this is something like Shyamalan's Last Airbender, where this is so bad it deserves to be criticized for years as a warning to other projects.
Yeah, I for sure agree. That is, I think that like I hate season 8 more than I hate that movie, but that movie is more poorly made, poorly acted, poorly everything. Then
again, the point of like he doesn't know how cameras work, action scenes are filmed, and he just does long takes. That you're not supposed to film action in long takes, in the other direction, if he's filming it like a horror scene, Benioff was filming it like nothing.
Yeah.
You're going to say something.
Neff Champion, what you were saying something?
Dragon Ball Evolution.
Dragon Ball Evolution.
Oh yeah.
I have not seen that. I have not heard good things.
See it. Every Dragon Ball fan will tell you avoid it like a plague, pretend it doesn't exist. Just smash it in a realm. Burn it.
The equivalent of, well, excuse me, princess. It's that bad.
But here's the difference. One's a meme, the other is a horrible dumpster fire. The good thing is that it convinced Akira Toriyama to come out and make an actual to continue Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Anywho, I mean, the really biggest infamous failed projects, we're reporting on all the behind-the-scenes mess to hold it up for public shame. This is a direct quote, by the way.
The war. Yeah, this whole thing is like the I forgot what his name, like Movie Bob was like, well, you know, Spider-Man's coming out, so why you complain about Captain Marvel?
Oh, that's Brown Table.
Something like that.
That's Brown Table.
Oh, Brown Table.
How?
These people, these like movie analyst people are like they're all the same. It's really hard to keep track of who's saying which.
Yeah, it's like Okay, it's the sort of thing. This is actually a reason why I unsubscribed from Star Wars Only. He was complaining about, why are you still talking about The Last Jedi? It came out 2 years ago. Okay, why are you still talking about the prequels? They came out decades ago. Leave them alone then, if that's the case, if we're not supposed to talk about...
movie discussion goes on longer than TV discussion because it's more to unpack. It's quality over quantity. What?
Except when it's as bad as Game of Thrones turned out to be.
I don't think even the worst parts of The Last Jedi approached how bad the Game of Thrones was in its later seasons.
I will wholeheartedly agree with you on that one.
Because Rian Johnson is someone we disagree with. He's not a grifter who doesn't know how basic cinematography works.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
I mean, I'm mad at him for, like, he just forgot to give Finn much to do. But no, Benioff is quite literally a con man.
Yeah, I do not give this man the mantle of writer. That's how, just from a factual perspective.
He deserves
use that clip.
Yeah.
Done. Use that clip.
Which one? I've like 30.
Haunting. No, not that one. Crimson Peak.
Oh yeah, I got. Let me see. Let me see. Right here.
You thought you were right.
What's that from?
Crimson
Peak.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I know of it, but
I tried. I couldn't make it to watch. Unfortunately, apparently, that was a pretty good experience.
It was very creepy, and I had to step out several times. But
I'd be okay with Rian Johnson getting another Star Wars project on Disney Plus, because think about it. Either he redeems himself by making something good, or he makes something so bad it justifies everyone who hates him. It's a situation. Give him another chance to see how he does, to solidify people's opinions of him.
One thing we found out.
I don't want this. I don't want the man anywhere near Star Wars.
I'm talking about like
I agree,
Suicide Squad situation.
Yeah.
We send him on the suicide mission of make a TV project for Star Wars. If you die, you die. If you redeem yourself, you redeem yourself. I'm thinking of it like a Suicide Squad situation.
Oh, you die. Oh, well, unless they kind of forget, and then they just, they just drink some soup, and all their wounds heal.
Supposedly, he still has that trilogy in the works.
Yeah, just like, as a TV show. I'm curious what he wants to do. It's the curiosity I'm getting at. What he wants to do.
Don't let him touch any of the legacy characters.
Is it going to be like The Room? Is it like that kind of thing? Was how terrible that it's going to be great or something?
Maybe.
One thing we found out going through this book is that Benioff and Weiss were rubbish at management. We've confirmed they were rubbish at management even when the show was still fairly good.
All kinds of management, not just one.
They couldn't handle logistics. They couldn't handle budget. They couldn't even. Even worse. They neglected logistics. They neglected budget. They neglected the health and safety of their own cast.
They smuggled explosives into Morocco.
They admitted to have committing smuggling because Martin ran out of books, and it was always bad, like an abusive relationship. It got so bad that even HBO couldn't cover it up well anymore. Like when you see Celebrity Meltdowns, that wasn't just a switch was flipped. It's their publicist was hiding this, and it just reached a point where we only see the tip of the iceberg. That there's other stuff that they can hide, and it reached a threshold where it's hard to cover up anymore. But I want to get to the Long Night stuff.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's just let it play.
Yes,
let's just let it play.
Really get this bad. The people involved really were this incompetent. We should never allow them to work in this industry again. They need to be treated as pariahs over this. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't be going, it's Casey Bloys and Richard Plepler at the TCA panel any more than you'd welcome Elizabeth Holmes to a medical panel.
I'm not exaggerating. It's then they just walk into the Emmys and it's what? Remember, like when the Game of Thrones people were at the Emmys and just the awkward looks and awkward silences that everyone was playing along with it. And it's imagine if Elizabeth Holmes went on like a finance TV show again, like one of the ones she used to, and it's how is this person here? I'm going to complain to the manager. But no, there comes a point where it's you are such an infamous thing. Like, wait, why are you here?
You are essentially one of the biggest failures in this industry has ever seen / con artists, and you are here with a panel of experts. Get out.
Yeah, but
it's like exactly why The Last Jedi is used as an example of how not to write a movie.
I liked the Kylo Ren half. It's just it felt like he forgot the other half.
Yeah, so Ryan Johnson kind of forgot the other half.
I don't know, because he gives decent interviews where he sounds reasonable, but then I keep coming back to this just wasn't good, the B plot.
He was going after the meta, and the meta was, oh, let's ship Kylo Ren and Rey. No.
That isn't an inherently bad idea. I've seen other things like that in other spin-off games and books. But we're not here to talk about Last Jedi.
It's basically basically
it's so easy to compare them to keep bringing it up.
If Elizabeth Holmes showed up, it would basically be like this.
You get the fuck away from here!
So did you like it? Did you like it?
What I mean is like when at the recent it was right before the pandemic, where like Casey Bloys would be at their press panels going, oh yeah, we dropped Long Night. Let's talk about the other prequel. And did they ask probing questions about, you've been hyping this for a year, what the hell happened? Or have they learned to keep their mouths shut? That it's just a press release. And when they have Q&A with the press of, why did you cancel this big project? Star Wars hasn't talked about why they didn't go forward with Benioff and Weiss. I don't think that's a cover-up because they didn't start yet as such.
It's more like, we're dropping you now. They didn't finalize anything.
But it's hard to avoid, what was going on. Other things where it's, you have to tell us what was going on behind the scenes. We know there was friction. And it's journalists have just learned to stop asking questions. I saw this great article that I keep talking about, that there was this shift in fandom around 2008 when you realized corporations were buying up Twilight, right? The Twilight book series that...
Yeah.
For 2008-ish, I remember in the 2000s, fans were running panels at conventions and stuff, and Star Wars, the company, wouldn't come to all of them. But the point where I saw all those staged panels, I loved your last video, the hello, fellow kids press panels, are a thing that really only started 10 years ago. And journalists just play along with it, and where are the adults in the room that everyone is going through the same lie that this is so amazing?
Where are the muckrakers? Where are they?
I'm trying to get this in a real news site. No one's reporting on it. Thank you for running this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's keep watching and just let it play for a
power
while.
through it. 2 minutes until I start bullet point lists.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so
sorry, this is all introduction we've been doing. Oh, we're 40 minutes in.
Even if they were punished for all this, which none of them have been, it's a warning that in general principle, we must be eternally vigilant. That things really can get this bad, and we must actively scrutinize projects.
How unprofessional that guy looks.
They finished.
Oh no, it's his business
he
casual
looks very, very unprofessional next to the two people.
Yeah, it's like...
Oh, no. Haven't you seen that Benioff dresses like him?
Oh, wait, what?
No, they do that on purpose. It's, look at me. I'm the business casual guy without a tie. And it's when you see a room full of executives dressed like that, you realize you're all trying to be the cool iconoclast. And you're all
Except it doesn't work because it makes you look stupid.
It's like
and it makes you look
Steve Jobs. You know, Steve Jobs wore turtlenecks a lot instead of a business suit.
Like it's collars. It's collars on. It's like he has like the front two buttons are open. The collars are pressed down. He has no tie.
It's like think about like how Steve Jobs was an iconoclast. He wore turtlenecks, and then you have a room full of Apple professionals and executives dressed like him. you're not an iconoclast anymore. You're
No.
a trendsetter, but all of this is just the whole, he didn't make HBO, Albrecht did, and he's just acting like, if I act like a swaggering good executive, it'll trick people into thinking I know what I'm doing.
So he's not the only con man around.
Everybody's the con man.
They're all running with the same crowd.
If his shirt was buttoned up, he would look. It would look better.
Now, haven't you noticed that Benioff dresses like that all the time?
He kind of does, yeah. But he always wears like a button-down shirt, and like even like
and he wears it open.
And like the season 8 behind.
The kind of forgot moment that's like
run the clip of that. Look, it's this whole look how I'm the cool. Hey, fellow kids, look, I'm the cool writer. Look how confident I am. I must be good at this.
I don't have that assembled, but I do have.
You're unhappy with the ending. I question your basic writing credentials. This guy isn't a functional adult.
No, he's not. I definitely agree with that statement.
To effect, and it's kind of
I'm something of a hip youth myself.
They're trying to be hello, fellow kids. Look how hip and cool we are without our ties. But
like using the
moving along. I gotta get to the actual stuff.
Like using the Boromir meme in what's supposed to be a relatively academic book.
Academic? Did you say academic?
That was a language, but on the long night. I'm talking too much. Sorry.
Let's keep going.
Letting the big studios ruin major franchises due to being under no oversight whatsoever.
And there's the open collar.
That's what I'm fighting against. A fundamental lack of oversight.
Yeah, but that's a polo, not a freaking suit.
It wasn't anything new.
It's all
fans were upset since they abandoned the story of the books in season 5. But even before that, going back to the original failed pilot for Game of Thrones, there were warning signs. They were that bad. And so were we. The news media that should have been scrutinizing all this, they let us down. They failed us. They shrugged it off as, the failed pilot. It's just one of those things. No, they were active warning signs that everything they did wrong in that, like not knowing how exposition works, are things they did in later seasons. It was all there. Similarly, I'm not going to let them shrug off as, the Long Night prequel pilot, it was just one of those things. It was a fluke. Sometimes things just don't gel together.
The weird suit you bring along that background
isn't just something that didn't gel together well. This isn't just something that happens. It doesn't just happen. This is what happens when incompetent, crazy people are in charge of projects with no oversight, and trained people in cinematography and script writing are shut out by old boys networks and nepotism. How do they still have jobs?
See, he's dressed like Plepler in that shot.
The studios let us down. The news media let us down.
I did see that, yeah.
People who were blithely going, hooray, season 8 will be awesome, blithely going, wow, I sure bet that Long Night prequel will be awesome, but they didn't know a damn thing about it and never even tried to ask questions. I remember a time when they were worried about whether book fans would like season 1. We will never be so out of control again. From now on, we will be the ones holding the reins, the horse bit jammed in their teeth. Because we will never have another, you want a good girl, but you need the bad pussy. Another Sansa, another Arya killing the Night King, another goddamn prequel series that intended to cast black people as cursed elves.
No, just no. That's
people are incredibly tone deaf. Jesus Christ.
I'm not even a fan, and I'm going, no, don't do that.
No, hell, all hell no.
Yeah,
no, all hail to the no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why do you think Mullen streamed for like 8 hours?
Going through the bullet points of this is every report cross-referenced of what were they trying to do. And there was a wedding, but who was getting married? And there's 2 different reports. Peterson said he hadn't read the script, so he wasn't quite sure who was getting married. The extra that LML talked to had a different idea, but they're an extra. They don't read the script. But the extras report made more sense given all the other evidence we saw. But you'll see that of who was getting married. That we're pretty sure you'll see this. So I'll go through layers upon layers of evidence.
Accountability. We will never be so powerless again. Let me explain the structure of the report that I'm going to present to you with this. Now, like I said, I've been reporting on the Long Night prequel pilot since it was announced, through filming, through its cancellation. So for over a year, spread out across different months, I had all of these videos reporting on it and analyzing it. And when you add up the runtime of that full playlist, I made over 8 hours of content. It was just over a year. There was no other stuff being produced. Game of Thrones was over. And add to that all of the new leak information we got in summer of 2020 from multiple different reports, just well over 8 hours of content. And the purpose of this video, just 1 year anniversary, 1 year since the cancellation, was to condense over 8 hours worth of reports into one coherent video that you can sit down in one sitting, watch the whole thing, not a playlist, condensing 8 hours into about 2 hours and change of summary. And you watch this if you hadn't been following any of the behind the scenes stuff, and it'll pretty much bring you up to speed on what we know, because we didn't find out that much from it. But when you cross-reference all these different reports, a lot of them are pointing at the same what it looks like wasn't that good. That they
are you having a action or something?
So what order am I going to go through? I'm going to start off with just 5 minutes on the core problems that were inherent to making a Long Night prequel in the first place. It was a dumb idea to begin with. I mean, the first day it came out, the book fan sites were all saying this is the worst possible idea. Then 5 minutes on filming phase notes, things we found out from spy photos and stuff, which wasn't that much. It's like 6 or 7 points, basically admitting the cast or Lisa are in it, that sort of thing. Then the big thing of substance we had was the report with the staff linguist, Peterson, who, while he didn't admit much, what he could say is confirmed because he's an official source. So the one first big source is Peterson, then the extra report that Lucifer Means Lightbringer posted. Then the third thing is the leak I made. Well, I heard it months before, but I came out and said all the racial stuff right after it was canceled. Then going back to their stuff LML didn't put out publicly yet, but he told me after his report that, yeah, my extra confirmed everything that your report said. Then cross-referencing that with the Redanian intelligence casting leak. Not just about the Children of the Forest stuff, but all the different character names and what can we glean from this, of what exactly were they trying to do. And the casting section's a lot of in-the-weeds details. That's the last full 40 minutes of this report. But all the core stuff is in the first hour. The casting stuff will go into more detail then. And hopefully 2 hours and change, you'll be brought up to speed on this. And I really hope you share this with other people of what the heck were they making and how do you still have jobs? And this is so crazy. We can't just let it slide as, oh, it's one of those things. This needs to be handled better, and that this, for over a year, was being held up as the only prequel worth talking about, and very nearly cost all the other prequels from even being made.
Oh, shit.
We have to make sure this type of thing
doesn't
happen again.
What the?
I think probably just like he probably stumbled over something like a cat.
I didn't. Whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Starting with some quick background context, this is a list I made right after they announced this in summer 2018 of why were so many book fan sites, anyone who was familiar with the material, saying this is a terrible idea for a prequel. Narrowed it down to 4 points. Core problems with making a Long Night prequel, just in general principle. This was a dumb idea from the start. Point 1, it very specifically rehashes the White Walker storyline. I'm not a book reader, you might not know this. It isn't actually based on any narrative.
It's not me.
George R.R. Martin wrote.
Valerian.
Not
It's
even
Valerian.
outline, like some other prequel ideas, like Valyria, Blackfire Rebellion, Free Cities don't have a prequel novella as such, the way the Dance of the Dragons does. Some of these are still, story ideas. More so than anything else, he never intended to set a narrative then. And this is according to Westeros.org, who their runners, Elio and Linda, they co-wrote the World of Ice and Fire source book with him. They would know, they worked with him, that he has no notes on this era that he shared with them, that he never intended to flesh out more than he already did. This wasn't some era he wanted to round out. It's the dawn of prehistory, the era of legend. We might find out a bit more in the later books, but this was really HBO forcing their own choice, that they said he would never have picked this. This was HBO latching on to White Walker hype, which was at its height in 2017, 2018. This fever pitch of hooray, the Night King. It's just empty White Walker hype to build into that. That he never intended to set a prequel then, that there isn't a novella for it for that matter. It's not like, well, there's an interesting chapter in the World book on it, the World of Ice and Fire source book. There was nothing to tell. Point 3, this is to the point that there aren't even really that many characters that George R.R. Martin outlined for this era. Yes, if you're new to all this, as a catchphrase, they can say, oh, it's about Bran the Builder and who made the wall. Literally all we know about Bran the Builder is that one sentence. He's the legendary founder of House Stark who built the wall in Winterfell. Anything else would be a pure invention by HBO. And on top of that, related to that there isn't a narrative, these are separate characters, the different heroes in the Age of Heroes, who never interact with each other. So if they do cram in Lan the Clever into the same story as Bran the Builder, this is just them mix and matching things to get the names out there, to force together this contrived story. Lan the Clever and Bran the Builder never interact. Lan isn't part of the Long Night story. And they're just mixing things together to cobble together something vaguely resembling a TV show. And worst of all, in my opinion, a rehash should at least have a nostalgia hook. Like, hooray, it's a prequel, we're doing Dance of the Dragons, see King's Landing again. Or you have something entirely different, like the Valyria prequel, where it's exciting new places. Most of Westeros during the Long Night is primeval forest. It's not new locations. Most of the locations we're familiar with don't even exist, like King's Landing, Winterfell. It's probably the only one that might exist, and it's a ring fort, a primitive ring fort. There aren't exciting new places and locations, and while their culture might be a little different, we know nothing about it. Like the Faith of the Seven isn't there. All these other cultural elements aren't there. Very few world-building aspects of Game of Thrones would be in it. And on top of the locations, cultural things, it offers only the absence of things. While you might think, oh, that's a blank slate for them to fill in, it's nothing from George Martin, and they have shown they are incapable of making their own content without him. And anything they made would just be a fabrication.
Not to mention, they absolutely suck at
Yeah, remember before season 8 when it wasn't cool to complain, where they were, news sites are going, this will be so great because it isn't based on Martin. HBO will, of course, make up some great story that they were praising. It's a blank slate for HBO to fill in.
Yeah, because they're just as good as George. I'm totally sure of that.
Even like the Valyria prequel is rounding out things that Martin told them in outline, or Dance of the Dragons will be, new dialogue and stuff, but it's like when you do a Lord of the Rings movie, you're aspiring to be part of his world and fill in stuff in his tone, living up to him. And here they're going, no, we don't even need him.
We heard that already at the beginning of season 5. There was a.
We heard that from another George from Star Wars.
Well, Star Wars is always a big universe. They always had spin-off video games and stuff. It's still.
Yeah.
Video games, books, comics.
Yeah.
I remember reading
TV
before
shows.
season 5 began. I remember reading that, it's going to be great because they're moving away from the books. I was a little.
And season 8 was what they deserved. And this prequel is the extension of that same mentality that brought us season 8. Oh, we don't need the book for HBO. We know what we're doing. We don't need Martin.
And yet, when this idea was broached to Martin, he said, "I want a faithful adaptation."
That didn't end up too well.
Of the original books, yeah. And now it's just they own the rights to this. He would never have suggested it. They were going to make it without him. He said in interviews they would have made Long Night without me or not. So I was technically attached as an advisor they could ignore.
Basically, just a warm body to provide heat.
Think of what everyone thought was going to be in this. I mean, they kept saying Yi-Ti will be in it, and which is their fantasy China. Like, what locations are you? It is primeval forest. Winterfell is a ring fort. King's Landing isn't there. Like, how did people just think in sound bites? What did the wall isn't there? Castle Black isn't there. What did they mentally picture was going to happen?
All those things. They have no idea what's going on during that time period.
Yeah,
yes, there was the murkiness of time, and that maybe it was more advanced, but it's still.
Yeah, basically.
This garnered several reactions from me that repeated themselves like 100 times throughout the course of the movie. Those reactions being, what is this? Why? How? Who did this? And what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's 1,000 times over.
Yep. Let's keep going, shall we?
The biggest thing to keep in mind is the different stories of like Land, the Clever, and the Long Night are not interrelated. And it really felt like you can tell when someone just read the Wikipedia page with no comprehension that they got the World of Ice and Fire, whipped out the 2-page long section on the Long Night, which mentions a paragraph on Yi-Ti in it. I think that's why so many people are mentioning Yi-Ti when they talk about this, that you could tell you just skimmed the 1-2-page chapter on this and then acted like an expert. Versus Dance of the Dragons, like the prequel novella on that is 60,000 words. You can't just read 2 pages and then fake being an expert at it. It's a novella.
Mm-hmm.
So, but all the stuff of Yi-Ti will be in Land. Why would Lan be in the Long Night? He's not related to that storyline.
And if they want Lan, why not just do a Lan storyline?
Like an anthology series.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's why we can't have nice things, because the people running this are idiots.
Just slap some Starks and Lannisters in there. Everyone will watch it.
Yeah. The video series is the issue of the product. The chat.
Crispy chips. Man, I love me some crispy chips.
You like
Not
some crispy.
underestimate
You
the
like
ignorance of casuals.
You like crispy naff. There's a difference.
Yes.
I don't know what this is from the
Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Yes, I like that.
Basically, they've been just going on about like how like it just looks extra crispy. So like the tan makes them extra crispy.
Oh, the tan. We're still on the tan thing. By the way, talking about how they mishandled black people in this, little red-haired girl, that's her screen name. She was in the comments of my video. She said she is a black woman. So.
Okay.
I mean, none of us are black, so when we talk about this was offensive to black people, I look forward to what she has to say on this.
Yeah, I do too. This is going to be interesting. Let's keep going, shall we?
I'm offended by the stupidity of it. Did it not even occur to you this might be offensive? That people will yell at us for this?
And I'm not black.
You're assuming they have the
offensive.
situational awareness in the first place.
And that's why I half seriously said it's a Bialystock and Bloom production. Were you trying to make a bad project to run off with the money?
Yeah.
They weren't. But the fact that I'm 50-50 on it should be frightening.
Really?
Yeah, was this like an insurance scam or something?
Yeah, Brent,
it feels like it. It feels like it. It's just like, what rational human being would come up with an idea this stupid?
I mean, I know it from broadly. Maybe I don't know. Like, I look forward to what you guys think of the evidence. I don't put blind faith in me. Look at the evidence I present later in this. I want to know if you guys think this sounds like convincing leaks.
Grant.
The casting report that came out this summer from Redanian Intelligence confirmed a lot of it, or I think it confirms a lot of it.
Yeah, Grant, are you still there?
Yeah. Oh, she's leaving in an hour. Well, look, we're like 15 minutes into this, and the Black People Elves stuff starts at minute 56. So
let's keep going.
Should we skip to? We could skip to that point and then go back. We could skip to that and go back.
Yeah, we've left everyone in suspense, but I was building it up from the. Because she's here, let's skip to 56 minutes before I get into the nitty gritty.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, because I feel bad.
Let's back up a little bit to
cut down some of that in editing, but
yeah.
Let's
keep going.
Right around there.
Yeah,
but it won't make as much sense because I'm combining. I set it up for 40 minutes with the other leaks.
Castle Rock, and the Clevers, the cousin of Last Castley with this star.
Skip a bit.
And they're both accompanied by Green Men priests. So I'm a lot of that for this, and me and other people independently who've seen my report on this were asking him, hey, what about all those rumors we heard about the racial casting of the Children of the Forest? And he said he'd get back to us on that. Well, to cover that point now, I posted this as a separate video just recently, a recap of it, that
the other video I made goes into
2018. My leak that I was told that I said this is so crazy no one will believe me. I'll report on it right after it gets canceled.
I remember those.
When I told everyone that a source who had access to a series Bible from one of the other prequels, so people who would be around the writing offices and hear this kind of thing, and again, maybe they were misinformed. I don't think they were lying to me, but they might have been misinformed. It might have been an early idea. They were utterly dismissive of the Long Night prequel to me. They said, oh yeah, they picked it, they just rushed into picking it based on White Walker hype. They wanted main characters named Stark and Lannister, and they rushed into it not thinking out, wait a minute, in prehistoric Druid times Westeros, it's like Celtic Britain, there's no black people in it. Like, how would we have racial diversity? So they stumbled from one short-sighted quick fix to the next. That they told me that their solution to racial diversity was to cast only black people to play Children of the Forest. When I pointed out, well, we've seen them in Game of Thrones Season 6, they appear under prosthetics. That doesn't count as representation. And they said, well, yeah, so the way they're going to retcon that they didn't think of that until the next step, not next short-sighted blunder. Or they then belatedly went, oh no, now that we have black people as Children of the Forest, what choice do we have then to make a retcon to explain it? So to explain the discrepancy, they're going to say that these black humans living in Westeros as the indigenous people getting pushed out by white settlers later get a magical curse that turns them into non-human elf creatures.
The only problem with that
when you get your cast list and you decided to do this as an allegory for colonialism, honest to God, think about this very, very carefully about what the hell you're doing. Because this is clearly what they're trying to do. They're trying to do an allegory of colonialism.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better.
It gets fucking better.
Notice how I'm not shouting, how my voice is very low, how I'm keeping calm. This is because sitting hot rage is currently seeping through my body, and I don't want to be loud with it.
No, I think you've gotten to the point where your rage has cooled and you're thinking.
Yeah,
it gets better. It gets fucking better. Okay.
I am. That is just true. Yeah, that's just straight up. Oh, let's have black people in here because, well, why not? Let's have. Oh crap, we don't have any black people here, even though. That's
you could always not have black people. That's always an option because the demographic is wrong.
And that's not all. Westeros is based upon England, and technically, this period, as he pointed out, at this point, Westeros would be pre-Roman, before the Romans came, kind of England. You would have the Druids, you would have You just have tribes instead of an actual city. Then if you,
it would be, I suppose, the closest you could possibly come would be something like the Warring States era over in Japan, where they're all fighting each other and they're not unified.
yeah, what was it called? Again, hang on, what was it? Sengoku period. That was it.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they have done, if they wanted non-whites, why couldn't they have done Essos or the Summer Islands?
They would have, even if you were just in Westeros, we know Summer Islander merchant ships are visiting their ports since the Dawn Age, because the World Book states that they've been at Old Town since the beginning. But I guess somewhere along the line, someone went, no, they have to be a faction, not just an isolated individual, which is plausible. They went, no, it has to be an integral part of the story? And I'm not too sure on the motivations. Maybe Jane Goldman had a really weird idea and this didn't originate with HBO. We don't know how this came about.
Well, that's kind of an interesting...
diversity, but I'm not really sure.
Well, there's kind of an interesting question to kind of be asked here. Is bad representation better than no representation?
No, it's worse.
It's worse than no representation. Honest to God, I would not mind. Honest to God, I would rather have no representation than a horrible, horrible representation. Because at least I understand no representation. If I have horrible representation, that just feels like you're pandering. And that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Because then it feels
I'm
like
not the token female here, even though I'm the only female.
Yes.
Yes.
Also, I got a point on what Nick Brown saying here. Weiss Wolf being quiet. Something isn't right here. No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, when I'm being quiet, I'm not raising my voice. I'm just... When it's like this, I don't know how to say this, but it's just, what the hell? What is with these people? What is, honest to God, with all of the writers?
I wish I knew. It's like they've completely forgotten that they don't need to have every single person represented. Because in medieval times, you'd be lucky to find one black person in
I completely understand. It's why I don't have a problem when I don't have a problem. I can read. I don't have a problem if you have a perfect explanation for your setting. Therefore, it's like yeah, I guess yes, I can buy Little to Black People here. I can buy that there be no Witcher. There's Arcania. It's an isolated place, and it's said to the racial diversity over there would be similar to the Middle Eastern areas. But you all know why you don't see a whole lot of them in the books and in the games, because Arcania is isolated. They're very closed off from the world. They prefer to just stick to themselves, and I can respect it because there's an actual and more reason. Similar situation here with Game of Thrones. Summer Isles are very closed off. They're isolated, so I would understand that. I don't understand why you would have them suddenly be on Westeros, especially in the north of all places. The north's a very cold environment. There wouldn't be.
There's not a lot of sun. The melanin would not be in your skin anymore.
Yes, eventually.
And it wouldn't take very many generations for the black to just go.
One or two generations at best, and then suddenly you would just have people looking pastier than ever. That's because, simply put, because there isn't much of a requirement. Melanin provides UV protection from the sun rays, and due to the fact that in a colder environment, it's not really needed. It's going to eventually die out. Hence why the original North being blacks makes no damn sense. Because North was always this way. The North was always cold as hell. The North was a frozen winter hellhole.
Yeah. To put it very, very lightly.
Yeah. That's the skin trait of and the trait of dark skin's not going to survive very long. This isn't me being racist. This is me being pure straight up of just being honest and using science, facts, and logic to prove. It will not last long. Not unless there were some unless there's some very serious things going on that would allow for this to happen.
Or the person just moved there.
Yeah. Even if they move there and then they have their generation continues on living in that area, eventually then it will go, because it's not going to be needed there. It's like eventually there you go. Hence, so why make the Children of the Forest black people? Because they want to have representation, but here's the problem. Children of the Forest are evil. So I want them to really think about this. Really think about this for a second. Children of the Forest, technically, they created the very first White Walker. They're kind of assholes. They're similar to the Fays of old. Tricksters, deceivers, and most of all liars, and they're known for doing all kinds of mischievous things. That's why I can compare the Children of the Forest to the Fays of old.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They are Fays. And what are Fays in most mythology? They are evil little bastards.
Yeah.
They clearly
really are.
It seems like in the books they are brainwashing Bran. And the Children of the Forest and really creepy death cult in Bravos are doing the exact same thing to Arya. Even similar food, similar taste stuff being fed. Possible both are being fed human bodies, since that's how they get rid of the corpses. It's really messed up.
So, as you can see, having this kind of representation is not very good, because you may think it sounds good, but guess what? In the context of everything, it is not really good. If anything, it's more offensive. So, honest to God, really slowly think about this for a second before you do something. Because what are Children of the Forest? Fays. And what are Fays? They're 99% of them all. I've already said this before. I'll stop repeating myself after this. I'll just hammer the fact in home, and then I'll leave it there. Fays, 90% of the time, 90% of all Fays, they are evil.
They are.
Just stunned by this. It's so insane. And then we started getting casting sheets coming out as the months passed, and this was in July of 2018. And then by January of 2019, it's wow. With the first casting wave, it's just white people and black people. Lots of black people, enough that they seem to be a group. But no Asian people, or more importantly, not like Roynar-looking people who are Latino or Middle Eastern, like Oberyn Martell types. So in the back of my mind, I was starting to get worried. Everything seems to be slowly lining up with what I was told. Vaguely, it was just, they cast a lot of black people. And
can you pause this?
And so many people just saw that. And
Pause.
We have blind faith in HBO. We go, wow, look how many black people they cast. You must be seeing the same.
Pause.
Why do you trust these people?
You just remember what a lot of news sites were saying, because they were still mostly pro-TV show at the time, outright praising the cast's racial diversity. And it's, how do you know they're not playing a really offensive role? I mean, as a slave or anything. How do you know that they're not all like lords or something? And it's knowing nothing about the plot. And there's a lot of black people in it, and everyone was praising it based on nothing.
Yeah.
And you remember that. You remember the news sites hyping it based on nothing. And I'm not going to forget that. I'm going to hold it against him. You were blind. You were enabling these people who were making cursed black elves.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be a muckraker and a filter, not a carnival barker, not just the press release guy for HBO. You're not supposed to inherently trust them.
You're not supposed to be yes men.
You're supposed to be
Dorn. You saw what Dorn looked like. It was technically diverse.
Ugh.
You mean
we cast a lot of women this year? Turns out most of them are prostitutes, but we cast a lot of women.
Oh.
Yeah, that's totally not weird, creepy at all.
Yeah,
and that's
is
totally not sexism.
Yeah, that is Ethelred, but yeah, that's.
I thought he looked familiar. I recognize his fish eyes anywhere.
You mean we're meant to be journalists or something?
What?
We're meant to be journalists?
Yeah.
We're reporting on these things, I mean.
Technically, right now, we are all pseudo-journalists, because apparently we have to pick up the slack these schmucks are feeling to pick up on.
Not us, them.
Oh, yeah. No, they totally need to do their job, but apparently we have to do it for them.
Because we apparently are possessed with more journalistic integrity Which is kind of just like,
God,
even though we have absolutely no training whatsoever and we have no idea what we're doing, we still somehow manage to be better than the professionals.
I know what my own
take-
rant was. What did you guys think at the time when these casting announcements were coming out? January of 2019. Oh, hi, Mary. She's one of
Looking
the
at those pictures and going, that's...
What did you think was happening?
Something was up. Something's up. Something's fishy. I don't like the smell. I wonder what the hell is going on.
Holy shit! All of us here has moral integrity. We all have basic standards that we need to call out stuff when it has to be called out. We have something called consistency, so we're not afraid to admit when we're wrong. We're not afraid to bite the bullet, and dig into something that we like because we're consistent like that. We're not afraid to criticize stuff we love. We're not afraid to praise stuff even though we hate it. We are consistent. Holy shit! I can't believe it.
It's again, it's like when you have books fans versus TV fans. If you've read the books, you can't comprehend what the experience is like for people who haven't. That, keep in mind, for me, when I saw this first casting report, my first reaction was, shit. This is matching what I was told, that there's only white people and black people, and there's no Roynar or no Asian people. I was just, uh-oh. Like, what did everyone else, what did the world think? Wow, like 3 out of 8 of these people are black, who are cast regularly.
I'm actually more surprised that
I can't put myself in that
has red hair, because
What'd you say, Nick? Say that again?
I'm more surprised that there's a woman here with red hair.
Yeah.
Because Hollywood goes, nope, can't be a redhead, has to be black.
Well, she's hit by fire.
Yeah. Well, technically, Georgie Henley is a brunette, actually.
Auburn.
Yeah, that's Auburn. She's got red in her hair.
I think she was playing as Stark.
I think based on, I think she was probably the Stark princess who's going to get married.
I talk about that more than the other thing, but
yeah,
just because there aren't any other young women in the cast, everyone else is like 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
But this looks very racist to me.
How? It's just a group of people. I mean, this sheet in isolation.
Yeah.
I don't blame people for not, like, people who didn't hear the leaks I did would have no way of knowing. I mean, cursed black people elves is quite a jump. But I wonder what everyone else thought. I saw some people going, maybe they're slaves or maybe they're Summer Islanders. But what did everyone else? I remember that another big channel, Preston Jacobs and Red Team Review, they made a video saying they agreed with my leak after I made it. And I talked to them through Skype and stuff that, yeah, this is what happened. That they were one of the few channels I saw that was also going, what the hell is going on with this casting? Why are there so many black people in a long night show? What are you doing? That was the only channel I saw that thought this was unusual at the time. Everyone else was blind praise.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't, like, I was just like, this has limited information. And, like, as you kind of talked about, like, this, like, pitch thing, I was like, on paper, this story isn't a bad idea. The bad idea is making it a colonialist parallel and making it about African black, like, people who are black being cursed. This could work without the racial angle.
And if this wasn't basically Britain.
Here's the thing. Here's the technical thing about colonialism is a very weird and interesting concept. Okay, it's a very weird thing to criticize, and it's a very weird. It's kind of weird because the definition flip flops. Colonialism is described as the idea of practice of removing a culture and supplanting it with your own, and then you're just colonizing a land that you have never discovered before. It's a very weird dichotomy, so you have to really, because the thing is, yes, you have two different terms. They're both the same word, but they mean two completely different things.
Yeah, this isn't colonialism in the sense of neo-colonialism, cultural colonialism. and soft power like that, your attempt at handling relevant, woke, today's colonialism thing was to do Columbus discovering America and wiping out the natives. Those aren't the same kind of colonialism when we're talking cultural colonialism, if that makes sense. The Valyria prequel, it was a lot more sense. They said it's basically just Rome, and they set it up pretty well, where one of the factions is the factions of the provinces. It's the province in Sothorios, which the books say there's a province there. And it's a whole thing of they want to be Valyrian citizens because they want to have the right to vote and have political power. That's what colonialism is. The colonies want representation in the central government. That's more relevant to the question of colonialism than this stuff. I think. It's not.
That sounds more like colonialism you want to talk about, not the and not the let's just focus entirely on the race and culture part instead of overlooking the fact of the matter of
there's an actual dynamic. There's an actual dynamic that happens. Like, I'm actually like taking an African history class. It's interesting to see what the dynamic between the who were in the Europeans who came over and the African people. Like, it wasn't just like reaving and raping. There was an actual like cultural exchange and dynamic, though the people who were in Europe, who were the Europeans, definitely had the power in the power dynamic. But there was still an element of there was an exchange happening.
That, again, I know this is not to promote the Valyria prequel, but that's another reason I really liked it, is they said there's the Valyrian aristocrats who stayed in Valyria. On the other hand, there's all the power elites from the provinces who were local people. And they said there's this other third faction of the Valyrians who went out as soldiers to the provinces, and they kind of acculturated a little to each province. The Young Dragons, that's the Targaryens faction. They said they're like a hybrid of, they're Creole. They hybridized between what the ancient Valyrians were like, and what we think of Targaryen is actually a mixing of Targaryen with the culture of the provinces.
Well, that's what happened with Rome.
Yeah, it's explicitly, the comparison was the Young Dragons are like Roman soldiers who were stationed in Britain, but think of themselves as Roman, even though they've switched to the local religion. Culturally, they picked up bits of other things. And that's interesting because other colonial empires have done that. Another comparison I gave in my videos was to Spain had this whole caste system worked out for the Criollos were ethnically Spanish people who were white, but born in the colonies and were Creolized, and their culture was a hybrid of both. And this happens in a lot of empires like that. We're the elites who went to the provinces.
It's kind of like the Vikings.
This isn't that at all, this Long Night stuff.
No, it's not.
It's kind of like the Vikings that settled in Ireland. They had some inspiration of Irish within them, but they were still called themselves Vikings. But there would be elements of the Gaelic culture and within them. But they were still.
I didn't catch the beginning. You're talking about the Vikings who made bases in Ireland.
Yeah, like Dublin.
Dublin. Wait, I remember there's 5 of them. It's Limerick, Dublin, Waterford, Wessex, and not Wessex.
Wexford.
Cork, Limerick, Dublin, Waterford, and what's the other W one?
Yeah, let me find it. Let me find them all. Viking colonies and Ireland. It should be that hard.
That's what I think of the Ironborn as. I think of them as Viking, the Iron Islands. If Westeros is Britain,
okay, here it is. Waterford,
the Iron Islands are the
here it is.
Ireland.
Waterford, Cork, Dublin, Wexford, and Limerick.
Wexford, it was, yes.
Yeah, I said that twice just now.
I can't hear we're all talking at once. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you have the Saxons. I think they came along with the Romans. Yeah, they did, because a lot of their architecture was very Romanesque, and they had some stuff left over from the Romans. Then you had the Britons, who later became the Welsh, and then you had the Picts that were later integrated within the Scots. That's I think up north. I think Gershon. There was there's some element of colonialism into the medieval England. Where parts of like their culture being like slowly but surely making slowly but sure, early, like some bits of their culture were starting to get changed by the presence of them staying around others who weren't them.
Yeah, it's what happens when they adopt. Well, they don't have to necessarily adopt the local religion.
Yeah.
They
It's like
adopt the local religion, but worship the way they would worship their own gods, like the way the Romans did.
Well, technically,
there's all sorts of stuff in that. I took a lot of history of religion stuff. Christmas trees are a pagan survival, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone knows this by now. Christmas was originally a pagan religion.
Yep. Saturnalia, all that other good stuff.
Samhain.
Yeah, they bring in gods for the local gods into their own pantheon. I think the Romans did. They would bring in Celtic gods, and they would just bring them in, and they would even bring in gods from Persia. They would all join the Roman pantheon.
Oh, they worked this out in the Valyria prequel.
Oh yeah, that should be really cool.
Now, I am going to make this other leak video, and they explained it that it's a lot like Dany. That they got that's actually like how Dany, every new area she went to, she copied their look and worked it into her own. That when she goes to Karth, she kind of mixes it with Dothraki. When she goes to Slaver's Bay, she adds this other layer to her clothing. That it's a hodgepodge.
Oh, I forgot about Cornwall.
What? I'm Cornwall. Of course. They count, I guess.
Yeah.
That they said, well, the Valyrians are like that they don't subsume other cultures. They're like the Romans, where they copy and integrate things. So they're like a fusion of every other group they've ever conquered. And that's why their leaders are called the Sphinxes. That's the joke, that a Sphinx is a combination of things, that the cultural fusion that was going on, and that everyone goes, we must maintain Valyrian purity, and we were never pure. We were always a combination of other things. We grew and assimilated other things as we went. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This isn't colonialism, and just what the heck do people think when they saw this cast? Chat room, what did anyone else think when they saw this in January of 2019? Wow, there's a lot of black people in this. Did you think it would, hooray, it'll be diverse, or did you go, why are there black people in this? How did you fit them in? Will they be respectful, or did you do something weird?
Why are exactly you doing this?
Yeah, like why?
And when people say it's hard to trust HBO now, most of the HBO leadership is out now.
Thankfully,
he is in charge. So that if Plepler was still in charge, I would have given up. But he's not. So I'm hoping we can turn things around under the new regime.
Yeah, hopefully.
After like the Sansa rape and TV Dorn and everything that happened, do people still trust him after season 8? Like, that weird point after season 8 where like the pro TV show fan sites at like Con of Thrones were seriously trying to hype up the Long Night prequel, and the finale was a month ago, and you have such faith in HBO and over this, and it was weird. Then last week, this big new casting report.
This is the new stuff.
Intelligence. It's this new site.
So pause it for a second. That is what the Children of the Forest look like in the show, and supposedly they were going to be cursed black people and made into looking like that.
By
the end of it.
They're very I forget.
Very British.
Yeah.
What you're looking for.
Well,
they look.
One of them.
I'm trying to think of what they look like. Hang on.
Primitive.
Yeah, they look very primitive. But also like there's
Gaelic?
kind of they look Gaelic. I know that one of them, the lady who plays Leaf, she's actually Asian. And she's actually in Wheel of Time, which I'm like, ooh, cool.
They look like wood children. I'm trying to figure out which one that was.
Those are dryads, I believe.
Yes, dryads. They look like dryads.
I don't know how they're going to achieve that on screen for that show.
Yeah,
or like the Trollocs. Like, how are you going to go CGI with that? Or
I don't know. Maybe they'll do practical. Maybe they'll do like forced perspective or something. I know like there are like set photos of a Trolloc and Faldara that looks really like the dummy itself is huge. That's like it's like a practice target, but maybe that looks like that's what they're going to do. I know that Amazon is giving this like lots of money. It's like 20 million per episode or something like that. It's ridiculous.
Oh God.
I'm just considering the fact that they pretty much are based upon the old fairies of the fairies of old. I'm not surprised.
I hope that it does not end up like Cursed. Like Cursed, I just saw Daniel Green's review of the first episode, and I'm just like, this just looks terrible.
Yeah, I've seen Thrice Unlimited's review of it. It's just, it's like, it's weird because I thought they marketed it as the female King Arthur show, and then it's like, oh no, it's actually the show about Nimue. I'm like, but why? It's like, apparently this is her journey to becoming the Lady of the Lake.
But then, if it's supposed to be about the Lady of the Lake, then why did you advertise it as a King Arthur story?
Yeah, that's a weird. That's a weird thing. Yeah, and that's the weird thing. Arthur is in the show, and so is Merlin. And apparently, they found I don't know if it's Excalibur or Caliburn, but I think it's Excalibur. And they essentially, it's the cursed sword. They had to bring it all the way up north to Merlin. And they bring it, go away. They have the Green Knight, or old Tristan. And I know they brought in some knights in the Round Table. It's like that's kind of a weird Arthurian take.
I much prefer the Clive Owen Arthur movie to that idea, where it's just historical stuff.
There's a lot of ways you can do with King Arthur. There's a lot of interpretations of him. You have the Warlord trilogy, Bernard Cornwell's interpretation of King Arthur.
You have Fate's Day Night,
where King Arthur's a woman.
Yeah.
You also have Avalon High, which is basically Arthur within a Disney Channel original high school movie.
And
oh God,
there are several interpretations of King Arthur.
You've never heard of Avalon High? We should watch that.
No.
It's actually not that bad. It's not that bad. I've watched it. It's not that bad.
I will find a silver sword. All right, but if it's bad, I'm gonna go get a silver sword.
It can't be worse than animatronic dragon in that last movie.
Yeah, how bad?
Well, that was the best part of the movie.
It also can't be any worse than Crapula 2020.
Oh yeah, there's nothing.
Definitely can't be worse than Crapula. Ugh.
Yeah, like there has been bad adaptations of Arthur. There has been bad adaptations of the Arthurian legends. Everyone's aware of this point. I remember if it's
gonna be about Nimue, make it about Nimue.
Yeah. Oh,
what would be interesting instead of having her travel alongside with Arthur, how about have her travel with, I don't know, Lancelot, the person who in the legends she raised?
Yeah. Don't make this a tale of King Arthur. Make this a tale of his most loyal knight.
And his most
tragic. And his mom.
Yeah. It's like, wouldn't that be interesting? An Arthurian legend book that was just focused entirely upon Lancelot and Nimue and how her guidance and her tutelage made him the man he was when he eventually served under King Arthur.
Yeah.
It's like I would want to see that. I would
watch that. In fact, I would watch that kind of origin story for all of King Arthur's knights.
Yeah, like I want to see Tristan, I want to see Gawain, I want to see freaking everyone. I want a Mordred one. I want one on Mordred.
Oh yeah.
Or Morgana.
Yeah. We're getting off track here. We'll do a King Arthur stream at some point.
Exactly.
We'll do a King Arthur stream another time where we binge all of the movies related to King Arthur 2 or 3 times a week. We'll have 2 or 3 movie nights a week. Watch all of as many of the significant King Arthur adaptations, such as Camelot, King Arthur, Sword in the Stone, Monty
Holy
Python,
Grail?
For Camelot count?
Excalibur. Yes, Quest for Camelot counts.
Yes.
Hey, what about Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Yeah,
Monty
that
Python
too.
counts. We also need to watch the anti-parody one, which we need to watch its anti-parody, which is Excalibur.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, yeah. Let's keep going, Neff. Let's keep going.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And just front and center, it confirmed that here's named characters who are all children of the forest, and this is their image, not mine. It's 3 black children, literally. One of them is actually playing Leaf. They said we have their names. They have location names. They do this in the books too, where they have names like Flint or Snowy Locks. Well, they said, well, we'll have them named Leaf and Cloud and Lake.
That's a little. Oh my god!
Leaf and Cloud and Lake.
Hey.
Yeah.
Uninspired.
Ever-loving.
Well, how is that bad?
It's
As a
just-
naming scheme, I mean.
No, I mean the naming scheme is fine. It's just you're gonna name characters that are played by black people. That
Why wouldn't you? I mean, why is the name the sticking point here? I
Cloud.
don't get it.
Like Cloud, because clouds are white.
the only clouds that are black are
Storm
the
clouds.
Or like
yeah,
river.
are
I don't.
clouds.
Well, maybe it's not like that bad. Maybe it's not like that bad. Maybe this isn't. I don't think this is that bad. I guess it's just
The
their
naming
nature
isn't the part that's. No, that's how they name them in the books. It's nothing.
Yeah, I'm fine with
They're named after
names. It's
objects and
that
things like Flint.
they race swapped these people.
But you have
Why the
3
hell-
black children, and this is a casting report from Redanian Intelligence. This isn't a leak. They got this from casting agencies.
Anyways, I'll be right back. Be right back. I will just gotta take care of something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's keep
Okay,
going.
don't break anything too important.
These weren't the black cast members that had already been announced. Again, like Naomi Watts never had a casting sheet. We wouldn't expect her to. That she was probably handpicked for a role that important. I think something similar must happen for child actors, where if your role is that important, they handpick you without an audition. I'm not sure. And not just 3 for 3, 4 for 4. That in the spy photos, we saw a calendar of their filming locations, and they were filming for a whole week at somewhere called Enclave, which I'm pretty sure would mean enclave of the hidden children of the forest in their hidden tree and cave towns. And there's this 4th actor who is a young black male actor, a black child. And you just enclave, I always, if you see my earlier videos, I assumed that meant children of the forest. So yeah, you seem to be consistently casting black people as children of the forest. Maybe not all of them. There was one, Georgina Campbell, who we saw in a set photo right next to Naomi Watts, dressed in the same style. And therefore, I don't think she was a child of the forest, because she's dressed the same way. But the whole thing I was told is that they're not under prosthetics because they're magically cursed. That doesn't automatically prove the second part. It does seem to confirm the first part, that, yeah, all of these people are playing children of the forest. Which is silly. And even like winteriscoming.net and their reaction to the Redanian Intelligence thing, I don't know if they've even seen my report. Just reading off here, they were surprised at this. Wow, why are you casting only black people as these 3 children of the forest? Like other news sites that reported on what they said were also confused by this. And I'm saying it's because it was ridiculously racist, and it's just poor planning. They didn't plan it out one step to the next of, these are things that people were actively, they go, oh, well, how are we to know? Every book site, this happened throughout the run of the show, where they'd have a problem and go, oh, how are we to know we can't cram Dorn in only 40 minutes? Because everyone was yelling at you that you can't, or the director was telling you it's physically impossible. That every book site, among their list of problems with it was,
or the horse trainer telling you, I need those 12 days to train the frickin' horses.
What, you mean listen to experts? Weird ideas.
Yeah.
What is this heresy? What is this heresy? Yeah, what is that heresy? Listening to experts? Yeah, it's like or white collar for snowy walks. Come on. Yeah, it's
Yes, the horses thing will forever stick with me because I used to ride horses. I love horses.
Mm-hmm.
No, they need at least 7 days to train to do one thing.
They don't want to learn. It's not that they're ignorant. It's they don't want to be told they're wrong.
Yeah.
But how do you get smarter if you aren't corrected? Oh,
They
wait.
knew as much about running a show in season 8 as they knew in season 1.
I know everything.
Yeah.
True.
I don't need to learn. I know everything.
But that's Benioff and Weiss aren't part of the Long Night. This is something else. And that's the weirdest part. This is all Plepler and the environment that allowed
It's like a
Benioff to thrive
sickness.
of no responsibility. We don't need to have real writing. We'll just slap something together. Is what led to this. I don't know the specifics, but
It's like Benioff and them have brought a sickness to like the rest of the HBO people.
no, they were always the type of place
Like
where man
this happened. Like I remember you saying that this happened with True Blood, not just Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
This
where
is
they
a
started
common
the
symptom.
Q-rating thing where people said after ran 7 seasons, only the first 3 are considered good. And then they would just focus on, it's like Lyanna Mormont. They'd focus on the popular characters by not even advancing them, but giving them more of the same to redo. Just stereotyping them, flanderizing them. Everyone else got nothing to do, and people stopped liking the characters they overused. Everyone lost.
And having characters just to have the characters without moving the plot or the character development along is...
And I have returned. What did I miss?
It sounds a bit like Mandalorian.
We're mostly yelling. Well, Mandalorian's run so short, I don't think we've had time for that to happen yet.
Just wait, it's only in the second season.
How many more seasons do we have to wait?
Okay.
sorry.
I'm getting the change of
Okay, I'm
pleasure.
confused.
I'm prepping the-
Let's get back to the matter.
Yeah, let's get back.
Did I miss anything?
Not
with no international travel. That's one way. And I gave some other casting information I'm going to go over later, but yeah. So because that was in the news, and then LML gave his...
You wouldn't understand this. Back it up to the point where I talk about the setup. Because this is, I tie it back to what LML's report said, and we skipped it. So you should go back to the part where I'm going off a bullet list of what everyone else said. Go to the part where David Peterson shows. No, the filming part, it's a little after that. The part where I go, a little bit earlier, actually, earlier. It's the part with that 7-point checklist. A little earlier. Okay, the roundabout then.
Here?
Okay. Yeah. Like they gave us that one press release, and then 12 months later, that's all we knew about it. And they weren't. The fact that they weren't telling us stuff made us more uneasy.
Yeah, when you're not telling people about something that seems to be in a long way into development,
Yep.
that's when you know that something's
Like when we were
not
filming
right.
and they refused to tell us who actors were playing. It's House of the Dragon openly said this guy is playing King Viserys the First. In contrast, like who is Naomi Watts playing? It's that mentality from season 8. Remember when they were keeping a secret that, oh yeah, he's Harry Strickland of the Golden Company. That isn't a big spoiler at this point. Like, what does it matter if you reveal that?
God,
Yeah.
Because it was
that
all
whole
based
fucking
on
show
the
is wasted.
hype of the unknown, I guess.
Poor Golden Company. They really got shat on.
And some
I feel terrible for the
background material going,
so much work for the Golden
Age of
Company.
Heroes, it wasn't
Mhm.
a peaceful golden age. It was the golden age in the sense of the age of legend. and myth and heroes fighting sea monsters and things. And it's weird that they phrased him like that. And I keep wondering what Mysteries of the East means. Either that wasn't an official release. It implies there's characters from the Eastern continent, much in the way that Melisandre was from the East. Just because she was in Westeros doesn't mean we saw a Shai, which is in the far east of Essos. I have no idea what that line meant even now. But that's the one paragraph description they gave us. And they gave us literally one other thing officially through HBO in terms of character descriptions. When they announced that Naomi Watts was cast later that October, this is the only person who got a character description. They said she's playing a charismatic socialite hiding a dark secret.
What dark secret?
Probably means
Nobody knows.
Apparently.
There's plenty of dark secrets that aren't really dark secrets. There were jokes at this point.
Had one spy photo of her in full
Socialite is really weird.
Mother or something. She's clearly a member of the nobility.
Ooh, how edgy! Ugh.
But socialite is a really weird word to use for a primitive period.
Yeah, no, I think the proper term would be upperclassmen, aristocrat, noblemen.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call Cersei or Marjorie Tyrell a socialite. What does that even mean? I think she's a casterly, but I'm guessing.
Yeah,
that's all you can really do at this point.
Like a modern day term for a celebrity.
Yeah, I think of a modern, like, really rich, I don't know.
And then the news would start running with this one sentence quote, she's a socialite. What? Stop. This is... Okay. Who here, stupid question, who here has seen the good M. Night Shyamalan movie, Unbreakable?
I have not, but I know what happens.
No, remember that, those who have seen it, remember that scene where Samuel L. Jackson explains his whole theory, and the camera's really tight, and the music is swelling, and then Bruce Willis goes to his son, stop drinking the water he gave you immediately. That he thinks he's with a crazy person. Have you seen the movie?
I have not.
That he goes, someone tells him his crazy theory about you're really a superhero, and he tells his son, stop drinking the water he sent you. Let's get out of here. That he thinks he drugged him. He's crazy. It turns out he's true. But there's a point where someone tells you something crazy, and it's, I'm going to stop drinking the coffee you just gave me.
What did you put in this coffee?
The listeners will know what I'm talking about.
What did you put in my tea? I asked specifically for milk and sugar, and yet I hear you spouting craziness.
What did you put in a tequila or an alcohol? What you put alcohol in there? Okay, never mind.
Just the point where you're talking, you're hearing a crazy person talk, and it's
yeah, it's
are you fucking shitting me? Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
Basically. Want to get to the big
what movies that they're reacting to?
Move on from this. Let's hurry up to the actual bullet list of.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Other than that, we're not, even now, I'm telling you, I'm not exactly sure who she was playing. I think she was playing a casterly, but that's a guess. Then, and this is covering the years of filming, guys.
Everything from 2019.
Chart that I made at the end of
Offering cave sets. Show of the Forest, Sea Rock.
Castle Rock. I got it to fit on the line, but they mentioned in Martin in news stuff would say, well, look, the White Walkers are in it, the Starks are in it because they're in the press release. He mentioned the dire wolves are in it, and they were using a mammoth as their logo for production. So those are in it. Fine. It is the point when those animals are still thriving. And we saw a lot of cave sets, and it's like, well, Children of the Forest live in caves, but Castle Rock has a lot of caves too. So run the clip. I explained this really fast.
Castle Rock and Land of Clever in it in some form. Spy photos of Watts and extra.
No, I explained this in the next 2 minutes of the video.
That look
I rattle it off.
Look like Bronze Age creature more than Bronze Age. It really does.
Videos summarizing the filming process, which concluded by the end of summer of 2019. 7 major points we got from all the spy photos and all the remarks they made. Point 1, Starks, White Walkers, direwolves, and mammoths are in it. Because they were using a mammoth as their production symbol, and Martin mentioned pretty conspicuously direwolves existed then. We're pretty sure they were going to have direwolves and mammoths in it in some form. And they said Starks and White Walkers are in it in their press release. Point 2, there was a lot of filming in natural cave locations in Northern Ireland, as well as expansive cave sets in Belfast, which we saw through spy photos, that the interiors of these caves, some of them...
You zoom in, you can see a Casterly lion head in there.
Which...
Right in the middle, there's this lion head.
Let
it run again. I think I show the actual image.
Okay.
Yeah.
Presence of a lot of caves seems to imply that the Children of the Forest are going to be in Season 1, or possibly Casterly Rock, which is built into a coastal mountain, or possibly both. Some of these I'm pretty sure were Casterly Rock, as we saw what
there it is.
Stylized lion statue. Point 3.
Yep.
And like the week that spy photo came out, George R. R. Martin gave this interview unprompted talking about what the Casterlys are doing at this time period. So he knew we saw the spy photo.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And the Casterlys are what led to Lan the Clever. He usurped them, intermarried with them.
Casterly Rock and Lan the Clever are in it. We can pretty much confirm that. They were filming at a coastal cliff location in southern Italy that looks like Casterly Rock. It's coastal cliffs. And the same week they were doing this filming, and it was so conspicuous with boats and stuff, that they knew spy photos had gone out.
I keep remembering things I'm about to say. I'm sorry. Just all stumbled in my head. I'll rant about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
For coincidence, George R. R. Martin gave an interview where, unprompted, he started talking about Casterly Rock and the Lannisters and how they swindled it from the Casterlys, and explaining, well, the Lannisters as such might not exist yet, but their founder, Lan the Clever, might be the origin story of the Lannisters through Lan the Clever. So from him not too coincidentally remarking on this, it was all but certain that, yeah, they're shoving in Lan the Clever and Casterly Rock into this, even though that has nothing to do with the Long Night storyline. And, at times they were saying, at times they did call it Age of Heroes on their paperwork in the background, but then they switched to calling it the Long Night prequel.
Guys, I don't want to make your listeners go through this for 4 hours, so I want to skip to the good stuff. Skip ahead like 2 minutes to the spy photo we had of Naomi Watts in full costume.
Most likely no involvement at all from George R. R. Martin, because considering the fact that HBO came out and said, well, this is the correct prequel.
Oh, no, I talk about that later, where he goes, I was an advisor, and they didn't need to listen to me. It's it's around there. It's you see her in costume. It's before the suits thing. It's a little before that. Oh, no. Crud, do we see... look at those ones, because they're good photos. Yeah, see, that's what the costume is like from spy photos. Let it run. I guess we'll find her soon.
Britain, they're Celts. They're not that sophisticated. It's primitive, and they gave this look that looked very Grecian and Mediterranean. And granted, we don't know exactly what society was like before the Long Night. They could have been a little more advanced. But this is unusual costume.
That's the one really good costume shot we got of her in full costume at the Italy set. And we think she's a Casterly of Casterly Rock.
Yeah, it looks more
it looks Greco-Roman type. Very Greek.
That's
it looks
bad
like Troy. Yeah, it looks
Climate might have been different then.
Oh no, not Troy.
For reference point, I pulled up two pages. One of them is a Bronze Age Greece dressing, and the other one is Bronze Age Britain dressing. Mind if I show it?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen right quick. This is gonna be on. Let me find. Okay, this is what. It's like. Got it. This is what. This is what they would typically wear. Togas and says such. Now I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna step screen, and I'm gonna share the next one over on the Britain one.
All right.
Okay, now skip the 24-minute mark. That's the next big thing.
Okay.
Of just the stuff Peterson said, and Peterson would know because he's
Neff and White just died.
There they are.
I'm here.
Okay, skip to the 24-minute. Okay, actually you're there now because this is going to get to the Peterson stuff.
sheets are calling for.
So I'm trying to be merciful to your listeners.
Happened
Yeah.
after
And
they
he
were
said
banned.
yes, the Valyria prequel was the third one.
Yeah.
Which I still hope for.
I have hopes for that one too, because that looks interesting.
Yeah.
Linguist David J. Peterson gave a podcast interview, and I have separate videos covering each of these major chapter breaks. I have a video on what Peterson said. This is the bullet point version of that he never saw the full script. They asked him to translate stuff or make lyrics for things, but he is an official source. What few things he said are confirmed, not rumor. Well, Peterson said the Annals are in it. He made an Andal language for it.
Which is weird because the Annals don't come over thousands and thousands
I
of
know.
years after. It's really strange.
And maybe it's not the Andal invasion, maybe it's early Andals, which is plausible, but it's still weird.
Yeah, the Annals are the bad guys of the whole series. They are awful people. The Faith is the bad guy against the Targaryens for most of their reign.
Well, bad guys are a relative term because they were the only people willing to stand up against Maegor.
Yeah. There are theories that they were basically the people who, like, along with the High Towers, engineered the Dance of the Dragons and a few other things, but those are kind of tinfoil theories.
The leadership is always corrupt, but the people on the ground level...
Yeah, like the Septim Maribald types are usually the people who believe.
Yeah, the Green Hands are really down on the Faith.
Yeah. Yeah. There is kind of a creepy thing of, like, the Maesters have a lot of rare poisons in their offices that most people don't know that they have, and it's kind of creepy. But we'll chat about that another time. Let's keep going.
So
he said,
everyone's saying he confirmed there's this wedding scene in it.
Prominently features this big wedding scene, setting up a political alliance that sets the plot in motion.
Which is a retread of the Danny Drogo in the original pilot.
Which is
structurally, it's the same thing.
They're just trying to recreate the original TV show.
And he said it's this marriage alliance that pisses someone off and sets the plot in motion. Granted, that's how alliances often started in ancient times, so it's not wrong that would come up a lot.
But the comparison is still there.
Dance of the Dragons doesn't start with a wedding.
Technically, the Conquest doesn't Conquest doesn't begin with a wedding. The weddings happened like a long time ago, and it was like
arguably Viserys' second marriage to Alicent might be, but that's a twist on it that he's remarrying and he already has a child. I don't think that even if they play that up in season 1 of House of the Dragon, it's different enough because it's about a stepchild's relationship with the new parent that it's not exactly the same.
Yeah.
And it doesn't immediately lead to a war. That's 30 years after that. But
they also died on the being a veil at your throat.
Yeah,
I see.
So our story straight. He tripped.
Builds for some
mysterious. So quick question, Dragon. So are you for the Harwin Strong theory, or are you against the Harwin Strong thing?
I'm against it simply because I think it's too boring. That why would she keep having an affair with him after the first child already made so much controversy by not looking Targaryen? That it wouldn't make sense for her to keep doing that. And she's like, my mother was an Arryn. They look like their grandparent, which is fine. That I think it's more interesting if they weren't, and that she was having an affair with him is beyond doubt. It's would she be stupid enough to keep having procreative intercourse with him after so much happened with the first one? And the whole hypocrisy of, look, I'm a woman. There's no doubt they came out of me, and the throne is theirs through me, not through my husband. So does it matter? Because I'm the heir. But it's bigger question is who killed Harwin Strong? Was it Daemon? Was it Viserys? Was it his own brother, Clubfoot. There's a couple of theories, and that's why it's interesting. I like when Martin leaves it ambiguous, and you have to figure out, well, who's telling the truth, because there was multiple ways this could have happened. So like with how Maegor died, it's like it's slightly implausible. Like he's strong enough, he could have impaled himself, but he was always the type to fight to the bitter end. But there's a first time for everything, and more than one person might have been trying to kill him. That I honestly don't know how he died or if it was suicide.
Maegor repeatedly suicided himself. Just death on the Iron Throne. His last name was Stein, by the way.
What's that a joke for?
Stein.
What's Stein from? I don't.
Yeah.
What's that from? I don't.
I have never seen that.
Stein's a germ. I think, what's the name Stein mean? It means rock.
I don't know what they're talking about, but just the whole.
Stein.
Maegor impaled himself through the throat on the Iron Throne from behind, and he could.
Maybe his wife killed him.
It's really implausible.
The bigger question is, what's the kind of guy who would kill himself?
Maybe tell me you don't just somehow accidentally choke yourself on the toilet.
Yeah.
He's the type of guy who would die with a sword in hand, but there's a first time for everything, so I don't know.
I would agree with that.
They're making fun of the Epstein dying in prison thing. You're talking about, it's...
Oh, Steve. Stein,
He got what a guy like that deserves, one way or another.
Yes, Stein equals rock or stone. It is German.
Yeah. Well,
he's talking about the Epstein thing, but with the Maegor thing of I think he could have, just in terms of everyone has turned on me. They're not going to take me alive. And
oh my God,
who here has watched Key and Peele?
I have watched some of Key and Peele.
Have you ever seen the skit where there's this African warlord and his soldier comes in?
I remember that.
Sure.
That was so funny.
What?
That was a very funny skit.
Where he goes, "Should we surrender, sir? You may surrender, but I don't have that luxury. Do you know what they do to warlords? If I'm taken alive, they will torture me for weeks." But Maegor knew, if they take me alive, they're going to torture me for weeks. That's no way to go.
And then he's like, "I want you to kill me." And it's like, okay. And then he messes up because
you missed every vital organ. That's kind of what Maegor was facing.
Okay, I want you to stab me right in the heart, and then he just stabs us somewhere else.
Alrighty, see you later.
Okay, anyway, so why are the Annals in? And this isn't a rumor. Peterson confirmed. I was even working on their language, and they could be. Annals isn't that far away. You're just mashing shit together. The Long Night doesn't have Land the Clever in it. It doesn't have Annals in it, and now you're just throwing everything together.
Also, gotta point out what Johan here said. Rocks are best weapons in the world. They kill pirates a lot. That's a very good D&D reference right there. Rocks fall. Rocks fall, you die.
We should probably keep going. Yeah, sorry about that tangent. I was just interested to know your thoughts on
Game of Thrones starts with the Daenerys Drogo marriage alliance. So, okay, that starts with a political marriage scene. And he also made a language for the Children of the Forest. So they should be in it from the beginning. He said, well, he actually made it for season 6, but he said, I did a lot more work rounding it out for
this is important.
So they should be in season 1 and not just something they build up to in season 4 of this, that they'll only meet the children later. They would be in it from the beginning, leading to the question, who's cast as the Children of the Forest? But throughout this interview, he only mentions the First Men, the Annals, and the Children of the Forest, seeming to imply that the story is confined to just Westeros itself. Only these groups. It isn't a sprawling story across multiple continents. 10 years ago, if someone said, oh, they're doing a Long Night story, your instant response is, but the Long Night is just in the north, in Westeros, and around where the wall was built. You wouldn't instantly assume, well, I guess it'll go to other continents. The mere mention of the Long Night, it didn't affect the other regions. The narratives don't overlap like that. At any rate, Peterson made it sound like it's just these 3 groups in the storyline. As for how they're fitting Annals into it, I have no idea, and I'm not sure if they were mashing together the story of the Annal invasions with the Long Night, or if these are just some Andals who happen to come to Westeros, because the narrow sea is narrow, it's easy to cross. Maybe some Andals came west as mercenaries. There's rumors in the world of Ice and Fire that Land the Clever may have been an Andal who was exiled or his family went west. We're not sure. So they were in contact with them. They were relatively nearby people. They were on the west coast of the eastern continent. Around where Pentos is today, it's still, how are the Andals fitting into this? But this isn't rumor. Peterson confirmed they are in the pilot. That there's wedding lyrics. They said the lyrics were generically just well wishes for a wedding. So he didn't know what they were doing in the story. So Peterson described these 3 language groups, that he made a language for the Andals. And for the First Men, actually, he acknowledged that they're all technically speaking the old tongue of the First Men, not the common tongue of the Andals that is spoken in modern Westeros and Game of Thrones, which is thousands of years later. So because they're the most widespread group in this, the Starks and the Casterlys, while technically speaking Old Tongue, he said that's universally translated as English for the sake of the viewer.
That makes sense to me.
What they're saying defaults to English for the sake of the audience, and I fully agree with that.
Well, of course it would. You would have to default to English for an English-speaking audience.
I mean,
Just
like
like
even
if you were in Japan, the
Bravos, I
tongue.
understand they're not speaking common tongue; they're speaking Bravosi.
Or speaking Valyrian when they're in Pentos.
Well, it's all Valyrian, but yeah.
Yeah.
Pentoshi Valyrian.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done. Now, we understand, they're probably not speaking the language of 8,000 years later, but it's translated for our benefit. So, First Men defaults to English. He made an Andal language, which, well, actually, they can't be speaking modern Andal, which is English. So he had to come up with, well, they're speaking ancient Andal, which 8,000 years of time, that would change the language. So he reverse engineered this form of Old English that never truly existed with Old English vowel sounds. He describes this in the podcast. It's very interesting of how he came up with archaic ancient Andal. And then the First Men just speak English, and the third group is the Children of the Forest.
It has all these vowel sounds in it that existed in Old English that don't exist in modern English.
Very important piece of information.
Just as a thought experiment, removed from this was a terrible story. He thought out it's like this alternate Old English that never really existed, but it sounds close to English.
Just as it got wasted.
What?
It's a shame it got wasted.
Oh my god, look at this guy right here. Look at this guy in the middle with his hand extended out like that. He's praising the sun right there.
Oh no, I took that from the Histories and Lore thing. That's like a priest or something. But anyway, here's the important part where he's talking about he made the Children of the Forest language for season 6. But I guess because it would get in the way of looking directly into the eyes of these performances and these faces, they took out, subtitled fictional languages are confusing. Remember how much everyone was praising the Dothraki thing in season 1? And they didn't even want to do that again. Because it's distracting. And it's like, I already did it. I made the dialogue. It's done. And they threw it out.
That was one of the actual good things in the show.
Yeah, so he said, I didn't make it for this show. I made it for season 6 when they were on screen a lot. And he actually worked with Martin on it. So some of this is like semi-canon. That he worked with Martin to work out, we know they call themselves the singers of the Song of the Earth. What would that be in their language?
Yeah.
So this is, let it run. I talk about this. This is important because I try to imitate how he said it.
Yeah, let's keep going.
It's important because another leak source, which I'm going to explain later in this same video, seemed to be corroborated by it. So remember this.
Hit pause.
What name of Children of the Forest is for themselves in their own language. Now, the books do say that there's a point where Leaf tells Bran that, our name for ourselves, we don't call ourselves the Children of the Forest. In our own language, our name for ourselves translates as those who sing the songs of the earth. Those who sing the song of the earth. And Martin isn't a linguist, so he never even tried to make up sample words for that, like, well, Dracarys is Valyrian for Dragonfire. Just, we don't have a single sample of that. So Peterson said, working with George R. R. Martin behind the scenes, I worked out what their language would be like. So he made the original, translating into that language, what does those who sing the Song of the Earth sound like? And Peterson is a professional linguist, and I am not. And their language includes a lot of non-English pronunciations. So it's two words. I'm going to try and say it. It sounds like Gernamora with really trilled R's. I'm not saying it right. And thankfully, the podcast interviewer said, wow, how do you spell that? And Peterson spelled it out. This is how it appears in print. Gerna, and the next word is Mohra. And he even specified that means those who sing the Song of the Earth, but you can call them just the Mora for short, which means important singers. So Gerna is their word for the Earth or Westeros or both, and the Mora. So he said that in the pilot, people refer to them as just the Mora for short. And keep in mind, it's hard to pronounce, and you wouldn't really know how to transliterate it the way he does because he's using different rules. That will come up again.
Hit pause.
One other detail related.
Skip ahead 10 minutes through this because this is just, I actually emailed the guy who does all the handwriting on the show, Michael Eaton, the graphic artist. I said, did you make like first man runes for this? And he said, well, no, just because writing doesn't appear in the first episode, just because. I went, oh, okay, thanks. So skip ahead to the part where we're talking about LML's report at the beginning of it, because that's really the core of this. And everything else was I pointing out what LML presented in isolation was like name-dropping things we'd heard in other leaks and matched up perfectly.
Okay.
And you see them all together. And I don't want to tell you how to run your thing, but I really hope you edit out a lot of the first hour of this where we were just ranting about Benioff and Weiss.
I'll put
this is
that
2
up
hours
as
long. I don't
like
want to punish your audience. You know,
I'll put it up as like a secondary thing, just kind of the pre-show, I guess.
Yeah, the pre-show when we really started getting into this, when we got to 7 minutes into the bullet points. So, this is the core. We skipped around it. This is his thing, and I'm not going to talk. I want to hear what you guys have to think about each of those, and you'll see. Wait a minute, this ties in with what that other report was saying that he didn't understand. I was trying to tell him that's something someone else said because I've been looking at all of them interrelated. So let her rip.
Some of the third tier actors would only get scripts containing the scenes they were personally
so
in.
He talked to an extra, the extra, just an extra. They don't have all the scripts, but
that I don't think an extra would have seen the entire script, but they would have seen and heard things around set or on location. So some of the things this person said match up pretty well, that we're reasonably sure this was really an extra from it, and that the hope being more extras will come forward. And part of the reason I'm putting this out here is someone has to be the first leak. And okay, we're not sure if we can trust this. If a second independent leak comes out saying very similar things, and then a third independent one saying pretty much the same thing, we start getting a consistent message. So someone has to be first. It seems like this person is it. Some of the things they said match up, and just other news sites besides me were willing to run with this, like a Wart Zone blog, which is a big one for the books, was willing to mention this in conjunction with the Redanian intelligence thing, is it seemed probable. So I think this really is an extra, but they might not have had, but I caution that they might have had an imperfect understanding of the whole story that was going on. Now, LML in his video, he presented this as 4 big points. For clarity, I split that up into 6 big points, just because, well, this detail about that's really 2 things. Fine. Same stuff. Now, I'm cautioning you right now, the first point is the only one that I think even remotely could have originated from notes George R. R. Martin gave them and reflect the books in any way.
Read the text on screen now.
All right. Okay. Scoot back 5 seconds.
I was telling your chat room that the point, the interviewer Martin said, "I am not involved in this."
Okay. Okay. Just hang on. Nev, hit the hit the left arrow key on your keyboard. There you go. If you look at the published books so far, there's really very little material about the Age of Years in the Long Night. A sentence here, a sentence there, all Nan tells a tale that takes up a paragraph. And so Jane had to create the characters, the settings, and some of the events, and we had to look at everything and it was said, and say, okay, here's what was said at this point, we need to make it consistent with that.
Yeah.
So much of this is just they wanted to just make up a story in this setting that he didn't want to make a story then. So there's one or two things though that might have a kernel of truth in the book.
We came around some ideas, I made some suggestions, but mostly it's been Jan running with it.
He was suggesting things, they didn't have to even listen to him.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they had.
Video.
This is the American Tolkien.
Wow, this prequel is saying things that are true to book canon. I'm making this video to shame them for making up a crap prequel. But the point one here is the one thing that might come from Martin and which LML is very excited about. Start with, he said that the extra told him that the immediate cause of the Long Night was in the form of a meteor shower. I say immediate cause because, like, was the doom of Valyria caused by volcanoes? On a very simplistic level, you could say that, but, well, something summoned the volcanic eruption, or in this case, meteor shower, or used it as a tool. So what force was driving this? It wasn't a natural event, but it was magic spurring this event. Was it summoned by the Children of the Forest? Was it summoned by the White Walkers? It's unclear. But that the immediate form or effect was a meteor shower. And I guess in my head, I always pictured it as like descending on Westeros, like this huge blizzard from the north. But okay, it was a meteor shower, and this happens in the pilot and at the end of it, and it kicks up dust and stuff that makes like a mini ice age or something. I think it's implied, but meteor shower ushering in the Long Night. And the idea being that it makes the atmosphere so hazy that there's this lunar eclipse. This happens in real life with a blood moon, that the atmosphere is so hazy that the moon seems to turn blood red. And hence the name Blood Moon. So yeah, that actually sounds like a plausible reason they're calling it that, as their code name for the TV show, their functional name for it. And he did stress the extra didn't tell him it was a meteor strike on the moon, just that the atmosphere is messed up, the haze, all the dust kicked up. That makes sense. And this seems pretty plausible because there are some hints in the books about which channels like his have been guessing about that the immediate cause was a meteor shower, that rumors and legends from Karth about, well, a second moon exploded in the sky, or all the legends about Yeti and the world of ice and fire, that in Yeti there's legends that there's this,
it is known,
and this black stone,
it is known,
and this evil bloodstone emperor killed his.
It is known. It is known as a quote from the books. It's a meme.
Remember in season 1 of the show, one of her handmaids tells Dany, well, no, in Karth they say that there used to be a second moon, but it split open like an egg, and there was a meteor strike, and the dragons came out, and they all go, it is known.
It's known.
It is known.
It is known.
That there's a couple of legends in the books about a meteor, and the legends about the Long Night in Yeti very explicitly mention a meteor. I'm not like, oh, it was just a meteor strike. It's like it was sent by something or summoned by some magic user. Just the specific form it took was, I thought it was a blizzard. Turns out it was a meteor strike. Whatever.
That someone cast comment at Cassandra and accidentally hit the moon on the way down.
I know. This is the one point that might have come from a suggestion by Martin. Everything else they made up, and they're really bad at it.
Yeah, I think I actually kind of like a lot of Lucifer Means Lightbringer's interesting astronomy style theory crafting, where he really goes into the mythology of stuff.
Well, they're interesting. It's just I don't know if Martin's doing that.
I think, like in some ways, like he's reading a little bit too much into it, like the Fire and Ice Queen moon things. I'm like, oh,
it's interesting fan theory, even if it's not true. It's really developed.
Yeah, he's
entertaining.
He's clearly gone to a school that I have not been to. UVU does not give this kind of school. Yeah. But yeah, let's keep going. Let's see what happens.
Sister to seize the throne because he was worshiping the black stone, worshiping a meteorite, and the gods punished him by causing the long night. That the story of the long night in Yeti seems to involve meteors, and it's subtle. It's not that many obvious clues, but there's enough you go, wait a minute, did it involve something like that? So of course Lucifer Means Lightbringer was ecstatic over this, and this was the main focus of his initial questioning, was about the meteor shower, which I was like, oh, okay, that doesn't really change that much in my mind. It's an interesting detail, but the bigger question is, what sent the meteor shower? What god or gods or demons or White Walkers, children of the forest, sent this? This was just a tool for what sent it. Same thing with Valyria. Well, what caused the volcanic eruption? So that was pretty interesting, and it might explain why it's called Bloodmoon. That's the only thing that may have literally come from a one-page note by Martin saying what the later books
So
are.
they had to create these characters, settings, and some of the events, and we had to look at everything that was said and say, okay, here's what was said at this point. Oh, wait, I'm in the same quote.
All right, let's keep going.
Warning you now, everything after that, though, is pure horseshit put together by HBO. It really that they threw together. This could not be from Martin. He kept stressing I didn't come up with the characters. On top of that, all the political stuff. Everything else after this is about the specific political storyline in it, which this doesn't sound like it's him. It's contradicting the books, and it sounds awful. So the first point was,
this is why you need to have the author as an advisor and actually listen to them. Because if they're planning something that contradicts the books, what they're planning should be thrown out or retooled so that it doesn't contradict events later.
I mean, you were all reading the Hibbert book. You know that part where Martin says, I was on set and no one was talking to me. I realized I was a guest on my own thing. You remember that?
I don't
which chapter is that? Which chapter was that? I can't remember.
It was for the pilot or something.
Oh, it was for the pilot?
It was either the pilot or season 1, because he was talking about when they were refilming the first episode. And just no one was asking him anything.
Here's the thing.
When he was standing in front of them, they just talked to Benioff and Weiss and not acknowledge he was in the room.
It's very Martin's size. It's very Martin's size. How can you not acknowledge that he's in the room?
With the massives.
Yeah.
Okay, I know, low blow there, but come on.
The rest of this, no. So that was point 1, the meteor shower. Point 2, the extra claimed that there is a big wedding scene in the pilot episode, which again seems to confirm that. And I'll tell you now, if you check IMDb, there's like a minor background, obviously different actor listed as wedding guest. So there seems to be 3 sources now, and
Peter's from the Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
It is.
He's
It's the part right before Lancelot barges in.
Oh man, I remember that.
I wanted to see if anyone would notice.
Oh yeah, I caught on to it.
That's also what they filmed the unaired pilot. Remember?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I really
like
it.
That castle, Dwayne Castle. They filmed in a lot of things. Duncastle. I don't pronounce that.
They can only afford to film at 2. They can only afford to film at 2 castles. Even then, they couldn't even film the inside of one.
I don't know,
but they were so poor that they.
It's really surprisingly good set dressing and stuff.
Yeah, it's like they were so poor that everyone was pretty much all the extras would give like, "Hey, well, come on, we got £5 if you work." Yet they managed to pull off such an excellent film.
Can you imagine what they could have done with this kind of budget? Like Game of Thrones season 8 kind of budget.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it works here. It really works because it.
Oh
makes
yeah,
it,
I mean, yeah, of course.
It's like honestly, it has that. Like, yeah, they were really low on the budget, but you know what? I like it that way because it adds on to the hilarity.
Oh.
They couldn't afford it.
We seem to have lost the dragon.
Yeah, I said it.
Oh, okay. Oh, very good. Okay, now he's back.
back.
Okay.
I thought they were trying to censor you.
No, dude. I knocked into my microphone. Anyway.
No.
So this is the stuff I wanted to hear most about from you guys. The later points after, there's a meteor strike. Okay, that doesn't really tell us anything. That's probably what the books, how the Long Night was summoned. But these are the points where they're just making crap up to like, plot the Lannisters into the Stark story, and it makes no sense. So there's a wedding, and
they want to shoot.
There is the wedding.
Yeah, they want to shoehorn in name recognizable stuff.
Okay, I just want to point out what Charles called. Sorry,
they're not going to put in Garth Greenhand because people who watch the original show don't care about the Tyrells. It's got to be the core cast.
Yeah, there's kind of also the thing of like, even though like Garth Greenhand seems like he's not just like the father of like most of the Reach, he's also the father of most of the people in Westeros.
Yeah, it's that whole thing where the legend grew to the point they claimed other legends were part of it. Now, if you've seen like Arthurian legends where they're like, we know this is some other story they incorporated into it.
Like maybe Tristan.
Like kind of
Lancelot was from French Knight before he was Arthur.
Or like how Mordred started out as Arthur's nephew and eventually became Arthur's son.
Yeah, I've taken all sorts of courses on how the story changed. And I like that Martin did that. It's a legend. It grew over time and absorbed other legends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Merlin, I think, probably had nothing to do with Arthur originally.
Mm.
Yeah,
it's like some adaptation to this, like pretty much in every single adaptation of the story, Morgan is always the villain.
Yeah.
And by the way, on the subject of Arthurian legends, apparently there's an article out. Oh.
And Morgana eventually became the sister.
Arthur's sister. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, technically it's
kind of make it more, probably to make it more seedy. Probably to make it more seedy, I imagine, or more salacious.
His half sister, since he's the bastard son of Uther.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like the fact that this extra was claiming there's a wedding scene in it made me think this report is probably more legitimate. Again,
God.
It was on the ground, just hearing stuff on set. They might not have had perfect knowledge or understanding of it. But there's a big wedding scene in the pilot. This is point 2. And specifically, it's a political marriage between
I was waiting for Lancelot to come.
The last cast.
I cut out right before he does to keep everyone in suspense. I just looped it.
Come on, it's the funniest part.
Oh,
yeah.
Good.
It's the tension building if you're waiting for it. So I looped it so he doesn't come. But...
This does not make much sense.
That Peterson said it was an Andal bride, but then again, he said he never saw the whole script, and it matches the set reports we got. That we saw that boat with the Stark sigil on it, a proto Stark sigil, and we know there's Casterly's in it because we saw the carved lion. So it doesn't make sense from a story point. It's just I think the extra got it right more than Peterson did about who was the bride.
Yeah, I imagine so, because it seems very close to what they would likely do, because like, ooh, Stark and Lannister, like they originally started as like a married house and then they became fierce adversaries.
It's goddamn Smallville. Let's find a way to put Lex Luthor in Smallville when he's a teenager.
Which doesn't make any damn sense. What the hell?
You know what?
What?
Yeah.
But there'll be none of that singing.
Yep.
What, singing out loud?
You don't want to get copyrighted now.
No, you don't.
What was a singing and copyright song?
No, the King in Swamp Castle won't tolerate any singing.
It won't ever reject your rule. You are a tyrant.
Come on, Herbert. There'll be none of that.
Bride at the wedding.
I reject your lot.
But Peterson also admitted that he was never shown the full script, that they just give him lyrics they want translated, and I don't think he was entirely sure on that. So there's room for doubt as to whether Peterson knew that with perfect certainty. And really, this seems to fit the spy photos we saw a lot better. At the Italy set, they seem to be their physical location for Casterly Rock with all the coastal cliffs, and they knew they couldn't hide this because it was out in the open, that there was filming.
This looks like some proto-Viking dragon ship.
And are any of them black? No.
Nope.
No.
It's a bunch of white folk.
So, raising the question of who are the black cast members playing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. I see Caucasians, so where's the... I see Caucasians, but where's the blacks?
Really puts it into perspective for some people.
Coming off of a CGI, bigger seagoing ship, but it's a boat heading to shore that you see on your screen now that was prominently displaying what seemed to be an archaic version of the Stark sigil. And on closer inspection, the hood of the boat had direwolves carved into it. So how do I explain these apparently Stark men coming to Casterly Rock? At the time, I thought, well, maybe they're like political envoys come to protest the marriage. But in retrospect, it makes a lot more sense if there's this big wedding scene at Casterly Rock, and one of them is a Casterly and one of them is a Stark, because we saw Starks coming with their banner like that. And the one photo we have of Naomi Watts, she's dressed pretty fancy. Maybe that's a wedding outfit. Not that she is the bride. Maybe, she's mother of the bride, or just a cousin, or dressed in finery as you would wear to a wedding. Okay.
Okay, I forgot to say something actually to you, Dragon. Help! I'm being repressed!
Different scene.
I know, but it's kind of related to what you just... But I know, but kind of related with you trying to prevent me from singing.
Yeah.
Stop that. There'll be none of that.
Essentially,
keep stopping his son from singing.
Who died you?
Down, boy.
Who died you came? Sorry, not you, Neff. Dragon.
Yeah, essentially this.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Anyways, I'll be quiet.
Why are there Andal wedding lyrics when neither of them are Andals? Well, unless they're really screwing around by saying the Casterlys are Andals, which I doubt, that maybe the Casterlys had a previous marriage alliance with a different family member who is an Andal. I'm not sure. That could work out, that there's already Andals at court and they're annoyed because they're getting displaced by the new marriage to the Starks. That's very hazy to me, but there's ways to explain that. But the simple fact that the boat image that we have makes a lot more sense if the Starks are visiting as part of their noble as being in this marriage. That actually makes more sense than what Peterson said. Point 3 is that Lan the Clever is in the pilot prominently, and Lan is the last Casterly's cousin. Well, how can they be both the last Casterly and have a cousin? Well, reconcile. It must be a maternal cousin.
Fair enough.
They didn't spell out maternal cousin. They just said cousin. But okay, the last male line Casterly. Like the Gardener Kings of the Reach, there was a last Gardener, even though the Tyrells have Gardener blood through the female lines. Okay, the last Casterly in the male line. Lan the Clever must be a maternal cousin of some kind. That's how he's working into this storyline. And it's all interrelated. If it's how do we mash in the Lan the Clever storyline with the Long Night storyline? Because we want Starks and Lannisters in this prequel to...
How about don't? How about you don't?
Look, do you want a no-name person? No, stop. Do you want a no-name like Jane Poole, played by a third-tier actress, acting out this meaty rape scene? Or do you want a big name like Stark in a big scene with those famous core cast faces? You want a recognizable name in a storyline. You don't want Stannis rallying the North. You want Jon Snow. He's who everyone knows.
He's the bathrooms. He's the bathroom sign identification symbol, as Preston Jacobs puts it.
He's the pretty boy that everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't need some Aegon Blackfire coming in to rule King's Landing. Let's put Cersei in charge for no reason.
God, that makes no fucking sense. How is she still the queen at the end of the series? Jeez.
The fact
because they wanted Lena Headey to win
the fact that she's even
she should have been dethroned as soon as Daenerys got there. There was no reason for her not to take the Iron Throne instantly.
And the fact that nobody pretty much was like willing to dethrone her the second she became queen was like, what? Is this the woman who is so utterly insane that she pulled? It's like
she blew up the Vatican of this world.
And then Randall Tarly is like, yeah, I can trust her, but not Daenerys.
She killed her. She killed her son's wife. Technically, her niece. Well, technically, her daughter and her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law. She killed everybody in that place.
She killed her uncle. She killed her uncle. She killed her daughter-in-law's dad. She killed so many freaking people.
How does nobody King's Landing just go, okay, time to rebel against them?
Yeah, in fact, they even mentioned it. There's no more High Septon. I think it's Braun or Jamie, and they're like, everyone's like,
Just don't think about it.
The High Septon's dead now. The previous Maester has been killed. It's like, and that's it all. It's like, why has nobody wising up and just overthrown her? It's like, I highly doubt anybody would trust Cersei. Nobody wants to be on Cersei's side. Nobody wants, well, except for those few, but no person with a brain will want to side with Cersei. No person thinking would ever want Cersei in charge of anything.
Stop bringing logic into a movie! Random, incoherent, juvenile shit happens, things explode, and people empty their wallets to see it!
That's pretty much all it is these days.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And also,
this is a film about space wizards intended for children.
Oh,
How dare I use my brain that works?
Well, actually, that quote doesn't apply to Game of Thrones because if any children watch it, I seriously question the parents for allowing them to watch the show.
But, to the nostalgic clip, yes, how dare I use a brain? How dare I use my brain that's functioning and working, bring logic into the situation?
What are brains?
Stop bringing logic into a D&D movie. Random, incoherent, juvenile crap happens, things explode, and people empty their wallets to see it.
Pretty much
basically
like the White Hunt, the episode 3 and episode 5, pretty much. Oh my god.
Let's keep going. This is they get some bad writing in this.
Yeah.
This next bit.
Oh yeah. Well, it's hard to tell based on how little we know, and I give them the benefit of the doubt on this, not on the racial stuff. Like, shoehorning in Land the Clever alone was really stupid with a marriage alliance. If you're going to have a marriage alliance, the next point is just an extension of that.
I automatically, when I see love triangle and something...
let it run and then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, let's get to it, yeah.
Because we want Starks and Lannisters in this prequel to get people to watch it, even if it doesn't make sense. Point 4, this was vague, that something along the lines of the Stark princess, the last Casterly, and his cousin Land the Clever were going to be in a love triangle. Come on, this is just pandering to what did the teenagers want to watch today in
just like your Twilight
love triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Something Ice and Fire doesn't really do love triangles. I mean, even I have to stretch this. Like, I wouldn't call Rhaegar and Elia a love triangle with Lyanna Stark. I mean,
especially since Rhaegar pretty much up and ditched his wife for
love triangle with both of his sister wives who you simultaneously married to at the same time. Not a love triangle. Or like Jon Snow never has a love triangle. He's torn between Ygritte and his duty, not another woman.
There's not an awful.
Technically, that is a love triangle.
Jamie, Cersei, and Brienne. That's in a whole other category because it's like Brienne and Cersei are the angel and demon on his shoulders, and it's more about the struggle for his soul than teenagers caught between two loves. That's not a thing they do.
There's not an awful lot of romance in general in the books.
Well, it's more of a person torn between their duty and their love, like a knight torn between his vows and his love, not between two women.
So kind of like Lancelot in that sense.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot of romance in the books, is there?
I mean, I was an Arya Gendry shipper, and I didn't have a problem with them hooking up in season 8. I was annoyed at how it fell out after that.
It's like, oh hey, well that we survived. I want to be with you, Arya. I don't want you.
No, maybe sure they did the fall, but the whole and everyone's like, dude, she is like 8 years older than when this show started, and Robb Stark was having sex at 17 on this show. I mean, canonically, as was Jon Snow. Her brothers were having sex when they were younger than her. Yet everyone flipped out at an Arya sex scene.
Yeah. What Rhaegar and Lyanna shippers? Yeah, that relationship has seedy elements to it.
Rhaegar and Lyanna. Okay. I would say that Rhaegar and Lyanna. The only reason that you would ever ship is just because it could be the canon. It could be the canon relationship for Jon's parentage.
Well, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, I run into people who correctly point out that for all we know, it was coerced because he was a lot older than she was. But it might have been romantic, and it's right to point out we don't really know what happened. Of why did they ultimately become his parents?
Yeah.
And how much should we romanticize this versus, Martin likes to put a realistic twist on things. So who knows?
He doesn't treat it like when he gets that, he probably won't. Well, if he gets to that, but he won't make it like a Romeo and Juliet thing.
Nope.
That's a very romantic way of look. Because looking at Rhaegar and thinking of Romeo and Juliet, it's a very romanticized way to look at it, and is in no way actually realistic.
Romeo and Juliet die in the end.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's
for 500 near over 400-year-old play.
Yeah, talking about season 8, I remember me and Noms talking about it on the episode of 5 live stream. We were talking about like how the fire was weird when Drogon was blowing up the buildings and stuff. It was like,
I am kind of sad.
Was that wildfire or something?
I am kind of sad that Arya and Martell got cut from the show. I'm kind of disappointed since I think that.
Wait until you get to the chapter on Dorne in Hibbard's book where they blame the novels rather than admit maybe we should have gone with Arianne instead of 7 other characters.
Oh, really?
Like have Arianne visit King's Landing. This solves the problem of actually showing Dorne and the Sand Snakes, but they didn't want that. They wanted Indira Varma.
Oh, yeah, Dragon.
I'm kind of sad because my personal. Oh, go for it. Sorry.
I was about to say, is there any good bits? How far have you gone into the James Hibbard book?
I read it really fast, and now I'm going through slowly and methodically, and of course I have to deal with family stuff right now. So you'll know. It'll be what I consider done and thorough when you actually see me making videos on it, which is my next big task.
I was like, are you up to like season 7 or 8? And like, there's some juicy stuff.
But I want it. I'm not just going to go, wow, this is a video on chapter 2. I'm going to pick out every time that they said, wasn't it great that time there was no dialogue? And I'm going to make a thematic video about this was all there from start to finish. Yes. So I'm going to do thematic ones instead of beginning to end, so I have to read the whole thing first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I have a question. In the Dorne chapter, is it true that neither Doran nor Alexander Siddig is ever mentioned in the Dorne chapter?
I don't think they were. That it was that everyone else I've talked to who did read the whole thing really thoroughly. I was working on the Long Night video. Everyone said, if you thought it was pandering and hello, fellow kids, in chapter 4, when they get to Dorne, it noticeably shifts and cranked up to 11. And from that point onward, not just that chapter, chapter 5 on not chapter, season 5 onwards, it gets drastically more of that relative to what came before. You're still on Karth.
Well, we just got finished with Karth/Iceland, where it's like Kit Harington broke his foot climbing into his.
The part where David Nutter nearly died.
They drowned.
David Nutter. I don't remember that bit, but the part where like the car flipped over.
Yeah, he nearly fell off a ravine.
There's a
he has back problems. I don't know.
Oh, seriously, they really did. These two,
David and Dan. My video of just them going, we didn't know about safety on filming on real glaciers, and no one stopped to ask if we did.
Holy hell!
The lake froze. The lake was frozen. It started to crack under them at one point.
Yeah.
Running.
Hey. Yeah, this one hurts. Ow.
So it goes on like that. And apparently this is some sort of threesome fantasy here. I don't know, the will they, won't they, and the posing of the pretty vampires. It goes on.
Yeah, I just like, whenever I see love triangle in something, I am immediately like,
no.
I quit. No, automatically. It really does, but it's often done bad. It's often done really bad and panderous. It's more often bad if it's like a wish fulfillment fantasy type book like Twilight.
And there's times where they focus entirely upon one, two relationships, and then it's like, nope, we're going with the other one that we didn't develop at all.
Well, like I want to withhold judgment on this because we didn't even see any of it. So how can I judge? The bigger problem was shoehorning in. Why would they be intermarrying with the cast release who don't even live in the North? And this is an unrelated story. And fine, most people in an arranged marriage might have some other relationship that they're not happy it's getting cut off. Whatever. This is the least of their problems.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, I'll
judge it when I hear more.
Yeah, I try to avoid love triangles when I write, and if I do, usually it will just be polyamory. I just find that's more convenient, actually, just like less cringeworthy and stupid.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'd rather avoid that drama. I just go, okay, never mind. Now they're all fucking.
Yeah.
The dumb thing is, like, without going into detail, I have been in love with more than one person in my life, and luck of the draw, it didn't happen at the same time. Like, I'm like, mentally, if I had met these people at the same time, yeah, I might have had a difficult choice ahead of me. But realistically, how many people do you meet within a 5-year stretch who you like enough to go, this is a person I'd pursue romantically? The luck of, I'm going to be fighting off these girls with a stick. There's going to be 10 women who want me at the same time, like a harem anime. You know? Like, I have, fortunately, whenever I met someone I was interested in and liked me back, it wasn't at the same time as someone else I met 10 years later. You know?
Yeah.
Yes, it's another kind of drama since, oh boy, there can't be those kind of arrows where they just get.
You see in the vampire thing, the vampire and the werewolf are both going to like me and be fighting over me.
Yeah, no.
It's I automatically kind of like an eyebrow is ever so slightly raised when I hear love triangle. Like I'm not dismissive. I'm just like slight skepticism incoming. We should probably keep going.
Perverted yaoi. It's the yaoi that has done this, this perverted yaoi vampire fanfic, which has corrupted the minds of our nation's daughters. Corrupted, I say.
Yaoi.
Yes.
Yes.
I have.
I've never heard that word yaoi. What does that word mean?
Slash fanfic.
Yeah, it's slash basically.
Yeah.
Well, you got.
I have no problem with the yaoi.
And you got your seme, and you get now. Neff, can you explain to him what the seme and the uke dynamic is? And then we get into Omegaverse.
No, do not get into Omegaverse.
That's basically the top and the bottom.
So.
And then you
what I'm finding out here is Dragon Demands is either a weeb or he is intimately familiar with anime terms.
No, I was into mecha anime a lot. Like, I didn't go for the harem stuff. Like Gundam, Evangelion, that kind of thing. I was watching a lot of that.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all. Have you ever heard of the alpha beta omega dynamic?
Oh
Yeah,
God,
I have.
I've read some of that.
Yeah,
why are you laughing at anime? You were ranting about Dragon Ball an hour ago.
I don't.
Oh, no.
I don't.
What have we done?
Oh no.
Yeah. Then what have we done?
Let's get back on track.
Keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Come on.
Just press the space bar.
But even then, it's because she was teasing them both and didn't really want to commit to either one. But this isn't really a show that has Harlequin romance love triangles like that. So that struck me as so stupid. But the report was actually kind of vague on that. I mean, I split. This was one big point about Lana Clever that he had 4 points. I split it into 6. I'm treating that separately. Maybe there was a love triangle that's not clear. So, Meteor's Star Princess marrying the last Casterly, whose maternal cousin is Lan the Clever, and they might get in the love triangle. Wow. A point 5 is a little interesting, though, that the Stark Princess is supposed to be a green seer like Bran Stark in Season 1. By which I mean, like Bran in Season 1, she's not fully aware of her powers yet, that she isn't this active green seer, which... on the fence of that. On the one hand, it's, oh yeah, let's just make a copy of Bran as a character. Let's have another green seer. It seems so formulaic. But on the other hand...
that's boring.
No, I explained this. Let it run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, in a Targaryen prequel, I'd be annoyed if they didn't have dragon riders. This is what the Stark magic is. They have wargs and green seers. So, okay, I can see you want to show more of the Stark magic. If anything, I was annoyed at how that got sidelined in the later seasons of Game of Thrones. So,
yes, that's a pretty big point, and that's a pretty big point in the. I have read the novels, but I do know it's a pretty big point in them is that the Stark family is kind of intertwined with the wargs. Like several of the Stark children have dreams of them and their wolves. They'll literally see right through their eyes.
That's still on the show, but it is relegated to just Bran.
Yeah, that's also a weird thing. I think
I really hated that. Like, if they ever make a remake of this, Jon Snow is a warg and knows it because the wildlings explained it, and he's getting better at it. And Arya is a warg but doesn't quite understand it yet because no one was there to teach her.
Yeah, it's kind of like their bond. And whenever they go to sleep and they close their eyes, they see themselves through the eye. They see through the eyes of their wolves.
I mean, think about this. How cool would the Arya Way fight scene have been instead of what the show gave us where she's incomprehensibly running around with a treated stab wound that was still pretty deep versus in the books, it's implied she'll win by warging into a cat so she can see through the cat's eyes even though she's blind.
She drank soup. It makes sense.
Like if I'm blinded and I warg into something to see, that's a cool cheat around versus what we got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Made no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, let's keep going and see what more they have to. Let's keep going. I really want to get to kind of more like the race related.
But he gets back to that. That's the new thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
annoyed if a main Stark character.
Okay, a Stark will be a green seer. We should see that coming. That'd be appropriate for this time period.
Okay.
Fine. That doesn't affect anything. And this is interesting, and will come up again later in the video. Point 6. Both the Stark and Casterly retinues at the wedding bring a green man priest with them. The priests of the old gods who are mythical and legendary, who, according to the books, the green men are this order of old god priests who tend the groves of weirwoods on the mysterious Isle of Faces in the midst of God's Eye Lake, which no living man has claimed to see. And they come up in the books twice, once in like the first Catelyn chapter, where you could tell this is him, this is Martin seeding something really important later. The second time is a Bran Stark chapter where they go into a little more detail, and Mira Reed implies that her father actually did meet the Green Men because the Crannog men are strong in the ways of the old gods. They let him come. It's interesting to think about House of the Dragon, that there is one character who claimed to have visited the Green Men and the Isle of Faces, Adam Valarian, that he was seeking counsel before battles. They say he flew his dragon to the Isle of Faces, but even in the book it goes, we're not sure if that's just a legend and if he did that at all.
I gotta step out for a minute.
There's rumors that he visited the Isle of Faces. Adam Valarian, kind of like their Jon Snow character.
Okay,
He's an minimized bastard. He rides a dragon. He's fun. So that might actually come up in House of the Dragon, the Green Men, that they're this mysterious group on the edge of the story that you can tell there's something Martin's waiting to give in full in a later installment of the book series. And the World of Ice and Fire did spell out that, well, like Brand said, there's legends that they're called the Green Men because they have green skin and literally have antlers growing out of their heads. You know, it's equally possible that's a distorted myth, and that they're just people who wear green clothes and have headdresses with antlers on them. We're not really sure. Are they human or not? How do they increase their numbers? And the Isle of Faces is this mysterious Avalon, like it's this hidden island that you can't find if they don't want you to find it on the lake. It's not on any map. So that's everything this extra covered in the first wave of stuff. Meteor Shower, Casterly Rock, the Land of the Clevers, the cousin to Last Casterly with this stark Green Seer girl, and they're both accompanied by Green Men priests. So I'm in the live chat for this, and me and other people independently who've seen my report on this were asking him, hey, what about all those rumors we heard about the racial casting of the Children of the Forest? And he said he'd get back to us on that. Well, to cover that point now, I posted this as a separate video just recently, a recap of it, that in July 2018, my leak that I was told, that I said this is so crazy, no one will believe me. I'll report on it right after it gets canceled. And it was canceled, and I told everyone that a source who had access to a series Bible for one of the other prequels, so people who would be around the writing offices and hear this kind of thing, and again, maybe they were misinformed. I don't think they were lying to me, but they might have been misinformed. It might have been an early idea. They were utterly dismissive of the Long Night prequel to me. They said, oh yeah, they picked it. They just rushed into picking it based on White Walker hype. They wanted main characters named Stark and Lannister, and they rushed into it not thinking out, wait a minute, in prehistoric Druid times Westeros, it's like Celtic Britain. There's no black people in it. Like, how would we have racial diversity? So they stumbled from one short-sighted quick fix to the next. That they told me that their solution to racial diversity was to cast only black people to play Children of the Forest. When I pointed out, well, we've seen them in Game of Thrones season 6, they appear under prosthetics. That doesn't count as representation. And they said, well, yeah, so the way that they correct on that they didn't think of that until the next step, next short-sighted blunder. Or they then belated no,
look at the chat.
Black people.
We can,
we
can keep going. We can.
So to explain the discrepancy, they're going to say that these black humans living in Westeros,
here come the Druids,
getting pushed out by white settlers, later get a magical curse that turns them into non-human elf creatures. And I'm just stunned by this, and it's so insane. And then we started getting casting sheets coming out as the months passed, and this was in July of 2018.
Yeah.
And then by January of 2019, it's wow. With the first casting wave, it's
we can keep going. Neff,
black people, lots of black people, enough that they seem to be
Neff,
but no Asian people, or more importantly, not like Roynar looking.
We just get this part. We already covered.
Oh
it.
yeah. Okay.
We've been calling for like the past minute. I was worried.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah.
LML Part 2.
Yeah, right there. Oh, now we get into the meaty stuff. Right about there. Right there.
Okay.
Mystery of the Druids. They all have an attitude.
Okay.
The fact that it makes it seem more legitimate to me that this was a low-level extra who wasn't a full speaking lines cast member, just someone on set. This sounds more like what they're claiming to be, that I was a low-level extra, and I overheard that the Children of the Forest are called this, and this is my attempt to transliterate it, and that they didn't get it exactly right. That make the rough edges around the report actually make it seem more legitimate, because you'd expect some fuzzy details and imperfect things. If you got this really accurate report, that's very unlikely. And, I gave a really accurate report on the Valyria prequel, but that's because, like I said, someone managed to get a copy of the series Bible and was showing it to me. And even then, my report probably isn't 100% accurate, because it's filtered through my perception of it. I didn't physically have the copy with me reading all 200 pages of it or something. So this sounds like an extra who was on set who misheard more and spelled it as best they could. So that was alarm bells for me that, no, this is real. LML's source went on to explain the magical curse and how it involves the men, who they said were part of the Stark and Casterly retinues at the wedding scene. I'm talking with Lucerine's Lightbringer through private messages that he's shocked too that he already made and put out this video saying the Green Men are in the show, and they seem to be like advisors to both parties. And the same source came back to him and said, well, actually, the Green Men are responsible for the curse. And this ties into that.
Wait, what?
What?
Yes. Yes. The Green Men are responsible for the curse. It'll go into it in a minute, but it's pretty bad. You'll be going...
Are you fucking shitting me? Are you shitting me?
What is that thing anyways?
That's from the Aladdin movie. Basically, instead of a giant snake, it's a giant parrot.
Right.
Oh. Poor.
Is it like one of those Milan? Is it like kind of like Milan 2020, where it's they want to be super realistic, but it's not? Where they get rid of all the good bits.
No, it's basically just they go with the really cringy stuff. Like they go with basically instead of a giant snake, it's a giant. Jafar uses magic to amp up Iago's size.
Okay, that's just dumb.
Well, at least they didn't just get rid of him and replace him with something completely dumb. Eh?
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know.
I mean, it's still a very low bar, but...
Yeah, it's... Good grief. You people have a basically unlimited budget. Why? Why?
That really offensive thing. So just wow. According to the extra, might not have full understanding, in the story HBO presented, which I don't think Martin was doing, they said that the Children of the Forest had split into two factions. The Children of the Forest, who are the ones living in the wilderness, what we think of as Children of the Forest, and the Green Men, the magical priest guys with antler hats. The Green Men are a splinter faction of the Children of the Forest. He said that in their story, the split happened during the initial wars between the First Men and the Children of the Forest.
Oh, right. That's this. This is so... Why?
Yeah.
Oh, we got 22 people watching.
The Green Druids.
I know, that's what caught my eye. I was like, huh.
Yeah, it's kind of like they decided to basically make the a sect of Children of the Forest, the Green Men, go along with the white colonizers.
Gee, I wonder what this is supposed to mean.
Really weird at best.
Yeah, let's keep watching. Keep going.
Yeah.
This is a weird choice. This is a very stupid choice that they made.
Yeah.
Faction of the
Yeah,
Children.
once you really dig down into it, it's really dumb.
But one faction realized
I've already watched some of this. This is just...
that the First Men invaders were inevitably going to win. So they split off from the other children and allied with the First Men turning on their own people by siding with the colonizers. And this faction of Children of the Forest that switched sides became the Green Men. Now, the Green Men remained magically powerful and in time became important advisors to the royal courts of the First Men. I guess this is how they're saying the religion of the old gods was eventually taken up by the First Men. They had their own religion before that, worshiping a god of storm and god of the sea. They switched to the religion of the Children of the Forest, and apparently because of these guys, I'm not sure. It didn't go into detail in that respect.
So wait, they basically went from Zeus and Poseidon to what?
Druid worship, yeah.
But that makes no sense.
Basically, it was part of an agreement for an alliance, and it happened over several hundred years. Like, that's actually how it was in the book originally.
Mm-hmm.
Then they shift, and then, like, now they're making it so that the Green Men are a group of, like, a group of traders who are still magic users. Those, for whatever reason, the Children of the Forest have lost their magic over time, and only the Green Men have it. And it's weird. I don't know what they were thinking, but we should keep watching. Let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But the Green Men were a splinter group of the Children of the Forest who allied with the First Men because they realized they were going to win. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, just as a book reader, because the entire reason the peace was made in the first place between the First Men and the Children, called the Pact, sealed on the Isle of Faces, is because all of the Children of the Forest realized it is physically impossible for us to win. We will have to settle for a negotiated truce. And the First Men realized, well, we could win, but it'll take generations and it'll be so devastating, the cost in blood will be so high. Just cooler heads prevailed and said, look, both sides will keep the land they already hold. The Children will keep the deep forests, and we promise not to cut down any more sacred weirwoods. And we'll settle for a negotiated truce. And according to the legends given in the books, that no, the Green Men were created by the Pact as a symbol of that peace, to guard the Isle of Faces, to symbolize the peace, they carved weirwood faces in every tree. This idea that, although it's about colonialism, that there's this group of quisling collaborator Children of the Forest who became the Green Men by siding with the First Men, that's silly. That is deeply contradicting things from the books. And admittedly, we know very little about the Green Men in the books. They've been mentioned 3 times, each time in intentionally vague, intentionally avoiding giving them important later. Still, this is not the impression we're getting from them. And I'll admit it's possible, and there are fan theories, that the Green Men on the Isle of Faces are this surviving remnant of the Children of the Forest. That doesn't necessarily make them a section who turned on their own kind. That really contradicts what the rest of the story was. Things like, why are there Annals in the story of the Long Night? Or why are we shoving Land the Clever into it? This reeks of just stuff HBO is mashing together that doesn't make sense. Anyway, the extra told Vucera means Leitner. He went on to say that after the Children of the Forest split into these 2 factions, centuries of peace passed, that the Children as we know them, who are called the Mora, they retreat into the deep forest, and the Green Men become advisors to the courts of the First Men. What kicks off the narrative of the Long Night, this extra said, is that a rogue Green Man magical priest, for some reason, broke ranks with the other Green Men and switched sides back to the Children of the Forest. They're the other faction of them, the ones that are still in the deep woods. So the Green Men split off from the Children of the Forest.
Yeah, this is still just as stupid as when I listened to this for the first time before the stream.
To side with the First Men, but then
it is really bad.
Back.
Mm-hmm.
And He actually didn't mention the White Walkers, but the implication is that this rogue green man helped them have magical powers again. He mentioned something about the Children of the Forest losing their magical power, but the green men retaining it, which makes no sense. That seems like an invention on their part, but you get the impression that this rogue green man villain sided back with the indigenous people and started magical attacks on the First Men, like reactivating the White Walkers and stuff. Actually, what Jeffers
weird decision.
This rogue green man did as his first act was to help the Children of the Forest call down the Hammer of the Waters, because
basically
the children
basically
used
a
their magic
giant
to call down this huge
tidal wave. Basically a giant tidal wave.
Oh yeah. Okay.
The book of Dorn from Essos.
Yep. It was all the fault of a rogue green seer. Inseer who decided to break away from the other people who were who were Quislings and got away from all these got away from the white colonizer folks. It's kind of insane.
Evil.
Yeah. It's like, and apparently, probably this guy was probably going to be the bad guy of the show, since he seems like he's doing relatively bad. Yeah.
Yeah. This is so
They
dumb.
thought everything here was a good idea.
Yeah.
That makes absolutely no sense!
Yeah.
Pretty much. Also,
it clearly doesn't care. It's just here's some shit. And we think it's funny, or at least we did when we were smoking whatever we were smoking.
Yep.
Yeah, and not natural occurrence. Yeah. I personally think that the Hammer of the Waters was magical in nature, but I don't think that it would have come about because of this thing. This seems like this is immensely contrived.
Yeah, it does.
Tidal wave tried to sever the neck of Westeros, the isthmus between the north and the rest of Westeros, and all it succeeded in doing was flooding the neck and turning it into a swamp. That didn't really work. And again, I'm not sure if this rumor is true or the Extra fully understands what's happening. So they said Green Men are a splinter group of the Children that sided with the First Men, but then later a rogue Green Man switched back to their side and called down and helped them call down the Hammer of the Waters, or start the Long Night or something. And that as punishment, this is how the curse happens. As punishment, the remaining green men who stay loyal to the white settlers call down a magical curse on the Children of the Forest, turning them all into green-skinned, non-human creature elf guys.
And then turns them in because because they're phase.
Yeah.
Look at this. Most of magic. Punishment. Is a punishment for what? Oh.
The Hammer of the Waters.
Punished for separating Dorn from Essos by being turned into these weird...
I think it was the neck. Actually.
No, they dropped it into the neck. They were trying to separate the North from Westeros, and that failed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was like, oh, okay. It is skibbity skidaddy skidoobity. Now you're an ugly foresty creature.
And the worst part is, it's the Turncloaks who are cursing the original inhabitants to becoming black people. Becoming these were originally black people. Both of these are black people. It's the traitor black people who are cursing the desperate in fear original native black people to becoming what we see here, basically these weird looking elf people.
Hippity hoppity, your black card's been revoked.
Makes sense to me. No.
Yeah, the magic of they plot twist reverse turn coke pop purely. Yeah, this is a really stupid idea. This is a really bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a terrible idea that should never have happened. And this was always a terrible idea that should never have happened.
And all the people that thought that it was a good idea should probably take a pill, a cyanide pill, preferably.
Yeah, but anyway, let's keep watching. Let's keep watching.
And
because
that sounds.
Yeah, no, keep going.
It's plausible, matching what I was just told there was a magical curse. That sounds like not too far-fetched, like robot dinosaurs. That sounds like something HBO would slap together, simplistically.
Robot dinosaurs.
Man, the new Jurassic Park's going to get very interesting.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Now we come to the last big section of this report video, in which I'm going to give a summary of all the casting information that we ever heard about the Long Night.
Yeah. I think we can kind of stop here since it's mostly just a lot of casting information. But yeah, this is kind of the main, like, let me see. Dragon, if you would, if you could give us some timestamps for the good stuff, that'd be great. Let me look through it real quick.
Oh man, Jader's here. Jader, you missed a lot of stuff, and if you want to stick here any longer, then we would. But I would recommend you watch back the stream.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much.
We can probably just let it play for a while and just let it go, and just comment if we like.
Oh hey! Oh, good news! Redenia Intelligence just wrote me back. Said they'll watch this video and consider running it as front page reviews.
Nice.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Round of applause for Dragon Man. Skip towards the end where I get my angry rant at the people who made it in my conclusion.
What's the timestamp?
You just said toward the end.
Yeah. Well, toward the end.
Yay.
Dragon, if you give us a timestamp, that'd be better.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
please.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's you gotta skip to 2 hours and 5 minutes.
2 hours and 5 minutes. Okay, let's do that. Woo!
There we go.
Alrighty.
Couple of seconds before.
Yeah, and then I'll just watch the rest on my own.
Actually, no, because Nettles is 16. She's too old already. Things like that. Just, of these actors, who do you think they could play in House of the Dragon that you hope they apply for? This is going to be my last update on the Long Night pilot for the foreseeable future. Until such time as we get a huge news leak giving a lot more detail on what the plot was actually like. Cast members speaking out, a big dump of concept art, or even a leaked script that we can confirm coming out from somewhere. I don't see that happening in the immediate future. Thank you for everyone who was following my channel through my regular updates from when they pitched this and I said this is why it's a bad idea, through my filming reports last summer, just my regular core subscribers. Thank you for this journey we went on, and just seeing
certainly quite the journey.
Like it did.
Thank you.
For the past 2 years. That I don't see any regular updates until something huge happens. If you hear about it, I will of course report on it. It's got to be something big, not just, oh, we found some other minor actor who was in it, but we don't really know who they were playing. I'm not going to make a video on that. If it's something really big, but I think we've found out as much as we could for now, By the way, I actually did try to track down archived copies of the script for the Long Night prequel pilot, but it didn't work out. First, I tried contacting the WGA library again in Los Angeles, the Writers Guild archives, where I got that Daenerys script for season 8. But they politely explained to me, writing back my contacts there, they said their institution only archives scripts that have officially aired as TV episodes, that they explicitly do not archive the scripts for pilot episodes. It's some contractual thing. So because this was a pilot that never went to full series, it'll never be part of the WGA archives.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid.
Then I took it a step further, and I tried to email the university library where George R.R. Martin sends archived copies of all of his projects and scripts to see if they had a copy of the Long Night script. That's Cushing Memorial Library at Texas A&M. They have a whole section of stuff George R.R. Martin donated to them over the years. And this is how, a few years ago, reporters managed to get a copy of the original script for the first Game of Thrones pilot, or at least one version of it. We think they went through a couple of revisions. It might not have been the shooting script, but it was a version of it. That Martin had deposited a copy of the pilot script for Game of Thrones into their archive of his works. So I thought, well, maybe he sent them a copy of the Long Night script. So I set up an account through their library website. I mailed a formal request, interlibrary loan, to their library staff, but they went and checked, and they wrote back to me again politely that George R.R. Martin has simply never submitted a copy of the script, or hasn't submitted one yet. Given how little he was involved in writing this pilot on any level, I mean, by his own admission, he was almost totally out of the loop on it. They heard some of his suggestions and didn't even feel beholden to them. It's possible that Martin doesn't even want to send a copy of the pilot script to his official archives at Texas A&M because he doesn't consider it one of his works. Worse yet, what if they never even sent Martin a copy of this script because they totally cut him out of the loop? That's another possibility. More probably, I think, is that HBO is strictly enforcing its non-disclosure agreements, and any attempt by Martin to admit what this canceled nightmare of a project was really like, such as sending the script to a public archive, is being actively suppressed. But I checked everywhere I could. I checked 2 different archives. I tried. I hope it leaks out somehow, because a lot of people are exposed to this thing. This is all of the information I was able to put together about what was actually going on with this mysterious Long Night prequel that no one asked for. HBO's attempt to make their own Game of Thrones prequel, this Frankenstein, they slapped together with no input from George R.R. Martin, that he never wanted, just ripping off the tropes of his world on a surface level to push some brand name recognition. Names like Stark, Lannister, and White Walker. Truly think back to the aftermath of Season 7, late 2017, early 2018, when they were picking what pilot they would make, from which prequel, just how huge the blind hype for the TV show's White Walkers had gotten in the break between Season 7 and 8. I'm still hyped for the book White Walkers because they're still cool, just not the gimmicky cliches the TV show writers turned them into. There is no night in books.
Keystone every bullshit. I said I hate that stupid Keystone Army bullshit that they pulled off in the show. That's what he was talking about, gimmicky stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like, easy to... Continue.
Okay.
When you see wikis and stuff and saying there is no Night King, that was when I did that. There is no stereotypical fantasy Dark Lord in this. In many ways, I feel like the Long Night prequel and the fact that HBO tried to make it at the expense of the real prequels that Martin had actually made prequel texts on, like Dance of the Dragons or something. The Long Night prequel felt like the embodiment of everything HBO did to the A Song of Ice and Fire novels across 8 seasons with Game of Thrones, condensed into one pilot. The embodiment of HBO's attitude from season 5 onwards, heck, since the beginning, that they didn't really need George R.R. Martin. And we
Oh,
hear more about this
ouch.
every day with all these other interviews coming out where Martin said,
Oh. Oh dear, yes.
Don't get a Valeria prequel, but seeing in-depth analysis of Butterfield Pilots makes me a little less sad.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't want to see Dragonlord blow itself up? Well, it's Rome. Whenever Rome, but everyone knows a failure there's the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I just it's so interesting. He puts it forward that George is like, yeah, I got marginalized on my own book adaptation in this. I forgot about that. Dang.
I'm not surprised.
Ouch.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's
just
yeah.
Even day one on season 1 of Game of Thrones, I came to the set, no one was asking me questions. I was just a guest on the adaptation of my own book. That I was out of the loop since the beginning. If you thought I was involved, even when he was writing scripts, he was a screenwriter for seasons 1 through 4. He wrote 1 episode a season. They weren't really asking him things. This is the American Tolkien, and he's still alive, and you're making a TV series of his works, and you think you know better than him.
Occupation Art. I got a point. Occupation Art here said, wasn't holy, wasn't Roman, wasn't an empire. No, it was more. It wasn't holy. It was more Austrian, and it was more like a collection of toll boots.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
thing there. Really.
Yeah, when this is over, I'll I will put this out as full, but I'll also put sections of it out, kind of just to put the initial first few hours out as kind of just a initial just a little bit of fun that we had, and we'll kind of skip to the meat of analysis, or I'll put in timestamps just to kind of let everybody know where to start.
Okay.
Right, keep going.
Crazy things on character interpretation. They didn't think they needed George R.R. Martin. They felt they didn't even need his story or his characters. They didn't need Arya, book Arya, the coherent fictional character anymore. There is no TV Arya in opposition to that. They didn't replace it with a different character. They were just riding the celebrity hype of Maisie Williams in an Arya costume, acting like a stereotype of her earlier performances. But at least Game of Thrones started out as an adaptation of Martin's novels, and coasting along on that, there was still some echo of that there should be a story to tell here based on where we started, or at least it was resembling Martin's books in seasons 1 through 4. There was some idea, well, you have to have a conclusion to these storylines we started. Turns out they didn't, but there was an expectation of that, at least. The Long Night prequel was just stripped down to its core, the only parts HBO cared about. Some blind hype around brand names and insert some celebrities, red carpet hype. It just... I'm only scratching the surface on this. We will never know, or not for years. Just because they haven't reported on it, there's a lot of story to tell here in terms of the behind-the-scenes nightmare on this that they have hushed up very well. Think of how much time, energy, money, and resources were wasted on this hack job of a prequel. HBO doesn't have infinite money. The money they spent on Long Night will have no return on the investment. It's money they took away from other shows. Whenever they go, oh yeah, watch something else. Well, I wanted to watch this adaptation of another show, not Game of Thrones, just some other project that you didn't pick up because you spent a year on this Long Night pilot that was turned out to be trash. So they wasted those resources. And there's other finite resources. They squandered all of the momentum coming out of the original series. A full year of production was wasted. And I realize you just listening to this might not have the same perspective I do because I'm in this very deep, that I have been making reports 1 week at a time for over a year. Anyone who was really closely following the news 1 day at a time about Long Night through 2019, reading every new set report we got, think of how much mental energy and focus went to waste on that. And production-wise, just all of these companies, the man hours, the labor that was for nothing, for what they were warned was a terrible idea to begin with. The Game of Thrones pilot, the original one, cost $10 million and had to be completely reshot for another $10 million. But let's say Long Night cost $10 million to make, possibly more, because they said we are willing to spend more money on this than the relatively shoestring budget we gained. Well, it was the most expensive pilot ever, and it was a shoestring budget relative to what they needed, because they needed even more than that at the time for the Game of Thrones pilot. But they said we are willing to spend more on this out of the gate because the original series was successful. So it's probably more than $10 million that they spent on this. How much money truly went to waste? It's not even like Game of Thrones Season 8 going to waste. That still aired as TV episodes. This is stuff human eyes will never even see, that other than the people who built it and filmed it. And even then, like, the cast members never see the finished product with all the CGI or edited together. How many people actually saw the rough cut of this? A handful of HBO executives, some of the upper production staff, like the showrunner. How few people ever actually saw the finished thing? How many just artists, prop makers, heraldry designers, actors, all of this work went to waste on a mistake, what was always a mistake.
Yeah, this is some good production design. This isn't bad necessarily. It's just the writing that it seems like it's terrible.
I'm not exaggerating here.
Just the idea.
The failure of the Long Night prequel might have made the new HBO leadership under AT&T give up on this franchise entirely. Give up on making the real prequels that actually were good, and the kid who did his homework, the real prequels from Fire and Blood, like Targaryen Conquest or Dance of the Dragons. We're going to get House of the Dragon. But the new leadership might have gotten so frustrated at the double blow of Season 8 was awful, even by their own standards, and even relative to Season 5 it was awful. And then you're faced with this absurd, we can't air this, it's utterly racist, and that's only one of its many problems. Pilot. Do you realize that last October, HBO could have looked at this and said, we're stepping away from this franchise. We are losing money on it. And you've already had 2 big failures. Thankfully, they didn't, because they're smart enough to realize, no, there are other really good prequel ideas. The prequels Martin himself wrote, and not one we made up without him. But I mean, it wasn't, an over 50% danger, but not less than 1%. Like, there was like a 5 to 10% chance, just in my mind. There was a not insignificant chance that the failure of the Long Night pilot could have destroyed this franchise. Yes, they said, oh, we had the other 4 pitches just in case it didn't work out. But you never know. Like, I like to hope there's going to be another attempt at adapting the A Song of Ice and Fire novels in my lifetime, in the next 40 years. there was a chance that this mistake was so bad, because mistakes do have consequences, that the new HBO leadership would have given up on it. It would have floated around between networks, and we might not see a real attempt at adapting the core novels again in our lifetimes in the next 50 years. It'll be like Tolkien fans waiting for a real Lord of the Rings adaptation for 30 years after there were some vague attempts at cartoons in the 70s. That is the time scale they risked. Think about that the old HBO leadership was willing to put all their eggs in one basket like that on this crazy, unproven idea with obvious crippling flaws to it. If nothing else, it demonstrably destroyed their production location, that they can't work in Belfast anymore because Titanic Studios was warning them, please make more than one prequel pilot at a time. Don't throw all your eggs in one basket. If the first one fails, we can't wait around for the next one. They did that anyway, and they're not in Northern Ireland anymore. They're moving to Leavesden in England. And there's no going back from that. These are long-term consequences of the Long Night prequel. One of the big ones is it meant they couldn't film in Northern Ireland the way they filmed this. This was the last big project. And you saw these wonderful people from the Northern Ireland production crew thinking and hoping that this would be their careers for the next decade, is working on the Long Night prequel if it was good. We could have had House of the Dragon filming in Northern Ireland. This is something they took away from us due to their incompetence and their arrogance. I realized this can't actually be true, but part of me is left openly wondering if HBO's outgoing executives, their outgoing CEO, Richard Plepler, wondering if he actually wanted this show to succeed. Well, not necessarily that it was a Bialystock and Bloom situation from Mel Brooks's producers, that they intended to take the money and run. I don't know if it was even that coherent of an idea. You have to remember the context that things are produced in, out of universe, the internal politics at the production company. After AT&T bought out HBO, Plepler was under a lot of scrutiny he'd never been under before, and ultimately this indeed drove him to leave his position. But back when he picked this, when he picked Long Night over all the other ones, mid-2018, Plepler was looking for the easiest sell, the best soundbite in a pitch meeting. Dance of the Dragons is a bit hard to explain as a short soundbite, much as Game of Thrones was hard to give as a soundbite. Well, there's these 7 kingdoms, and they're fighting, but there's also Daenerys, there's also White Walkers. It's hard to give a soundbite for because there's a lot of story to it.
What's up? What happened? Is it frozen or what's up?
Neff?
Net. Are you okay? Neff?
No.
Earth to Neff. Do we need to switch projectionists? I can start sharing. Let me. I'll bring mine up real quick.
No.
And Neff just died. Okay. Bro, her internet her internet died. It's fine.
Wait, Dragon died too?
No, Neff died. Dragon had to head out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I am now sad.
Yeah. Well, of course you're sad.
You're
she's your wife. She's your senpai. Of course you're sad. Let me pull it up real quick. I think I can remember where we're at, but I just love the kind of the thing of John Stankey says flatly to Richard Plepler, like you need to make more money, but we do make money. Yeah, but you don't make enough money. Take a look at your competitor, Netflix. Netflix has 3 times our stock. We need to fix this. So it makes a lot. Yeah, Netflix makes a lot of money just on its subscriptions alone. So they're able to do multiple shows, do a lot of really varied things. I'm angry that they canceled Altered Carbon because I really liked that show, and I'm pissed that they canceled it for D&D's project.
That's cuties.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still in the chat. He just had to head out. Let me...
Yeah. You there?
Update from the news site Redanian Intelligence.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, everybody just went quiet. I'm like, well, hey, what happened?
Well, it's like I think the thing... Well, the thing just barely started up. Let me, move to about here. Thing is, we have like 3...
They worried about which prequel would sound best.
Oh.
Hey.
She's back!
Yeah, sorry about that. I have no idea what happened. It cut out for like a moment.
Panicking, worried AT&T would force them out, as they eventually did, and Plepler was just long-term repercussions of things we plan for tomorrow. HBO's old leadership, Plepler, in mid-2018, they were panicking, worried AT&T would force them out, as they eventually did, and Plepler was just living from one day to the next. No thought to the future. They worried about which...
I think actually it's back here.
Dance of the Dragons is a bit hard to explain as a short soundbite, much as Game of Thrones was hard to give as a soundbite. Well, there's these 7 kingdoms and they're fighting, but there's also...
Sorry about the technical difficulties,
No,
folks. All right.
That much to tell. There wasn't much story to it, so it was easy to sum it up very succinctly. They weren't worried about winning and performing well at the season 1 phase. He cheated. He picked the best sounding soundbite, the best pitch, with no thought to tomorrow. He picked the one that sounds best. On a casual level, it's actually got problems when you peel back the layers. Anyone could have told him this within a day. Anyone familiar with the books could have said there's actually problems with it. But you have to step back and just be aware that we are rational people who calmly think out the long-term repercussions of things we plan for tomorrow. HBO's old leadership, Plepler, in mid-2018, they were panicking, worried AT&T would force them out, as they eventually did, and Plepler was just living from one day to the next. No thought to the future. They worried about which people would sound best in a pitch meeting to their new bosses at AT&T. And I think Plepler was really thinking about more than the day in front of him. And as it turns out, he didn't have to worry about whether this was a good idea or not. Plepler had his golden parachute. He jumped ship, and now he's heading up Apple TV+.
Which is and they're doing Isaac Asimov. I have no attachment to Asimov. I I recognize that he's kind of a pillar. He's kind of one of the major pillars of science fiction, along with Orson Scott Card. And just to have this guy attached to him makes me sad for Asimov fans.
Yeah.
He jumped over to another network. Really keep in mind what happened, that Richard Plepler, the idiot who picked Long Night over all the other candidates and started this whole mess, ultimately left HBO in February of 2019. February 2019, which was right before the actual filming on the Long Night pilot started. That they had already been making casting wave announcements, big formal announcements of this is wave 1 on January 10th it was. February, he was gone. They hadn't even announced the second casting wave. And then they started filming around May of 2019. Though, they had casting, they had set construction that had been going on since the beginning of the year, prepping everything. Prep was underway. But before the first camera actually rolled, he bailed on them. He never had to deal with the obvious repercussions of such an awful choice. I want people who consider pitching their shows to Apple TV Plus, somehow, if you see this video I'm making and talking right now on a news site, I want you to consider whether you trust your content, like Asimov's Foundation series, to this madman, to this incompetent. He never had to deal with the repercussions. He ran out the door shouting, "No backsies!" And this mess became, it's someone else's problem. Rebuilding this franchise after his incompetence and negligence wrecked it by letting Benioff run free reign over the whole thing. Rebuilding this franchise out of the hole he left us in became someone else's problem. I need all of you to become his problem. Please help by sharing this summary report video around the internet as many ways as you can think of, on social media, on Reddit. If you're an entertainment reporter for a mainstream news site, please consider posting a review of it. I did the best I could with it, piecing together all the various reports and some leaks that were original from me. I've presented the most coherent picture we have of what this scam was actually like. And like Rashomon, it's not consistent, but 3 people are describing something, and each of them it's slightly different, but there's a surprising amount of overlap. That they're all mentioning a wedding, they're all mentioning these other elements, that it's starting to all point towards a rough shape of what they were trying to do. And it's better than when we were in total darkness last year and just sitting around waiting for them to tell us about it. But I've done as much investigative work as I can. The people who did this need to be held accountable, or the same thing could just as easily happen again. We've been living with lies and gaslighting for years, for the past decade. But they finally caught up with the corrupt plutocrats who didn't even know how to hang on to what they had. For years, people were scared to report on all this. Now is the time. HBO had a change in leadership. They have new owners. Criticizing the old leadership who got kicked out will not incur the wrath of the current leadership. You can mock Long Night with impunity and not risk your business relationship with the current heads of HBO and AT&T. The lies have to end. This is a process of lies on a scale of 10 years until it was easier just to live with it. But they can't break us. The Long Night prequel was like all the lies that led to the Game of Thrones TV series trying to happen a second time, all condensed into the experience of one pilot episode and cranked up to 11. Remember who you are. Remember that you do not deserve to be treated like this. Demand accountability. Demand repercussions. Please help expose what really happened.
Alrighty. And that'll close things out. Thank you all for coming over today. This has been fun. An interesting,
very interesting
examination of the mind of.
This has been very interesting and enlightening in a very disturbing way.
Illuminating, yes.
Yeah, where we just like, so there are people that are that stupid that exist in this world.
I mean,
I thought Benioff and Weiss were the worst possible.
Apparently, the depth of stupidity is limitless.
Apparently, stupidity is catching.
I don't know how deep this...
Like a disease.
I don't know how...
Or a virus.
Yes,
It's contagious.
There are more... I don't know how deep this pool of stupidity can go under before we even hit the bottom, but I don't think there is even a bottom to this pool of endless stupidity. In fact, this is just one giant bottomless sea of nothing but stupidity. And honestly, I feel stupid for trying to dive in deep, trying to find a bottom when there is no bottom.
No virus.
Yeah. Thank you, Occupation Army. I very much appreciate it. Anyway, I very much enjoyed the time of Dragonomance. I imagine that most of the people in this chat are sub to it. And thank you. We actually got to our current record. We got 32 people watching the stream.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very happy with that. This is kind of a landmark show.
Sorry I haven't been really talkative. I've been up since like 8 at night.
Yeah.
No, no. Well, these things happen.
Mm-hmm.
They let it slide and no one wants to report on it.
Old news.
Exactly. So we have to be the ones that have to report it, so we have to dive into the sea of stupidity.
Yeah.
Even those of us who have no stakes in this have to do it, because otherwise nobody's going to believe anyone.
Yep.
But it is, you know what? It's even better that we got people who have no stakes in this. So it doesn't because these people
not biased. So they can't claim, oh, you're biased because, oh, you're biased. Where is that?
Yeah, you know, it's like clearly you just hate D&D, so you just hate Dan and David, so you're gonna make up anything you want just to prove yourself right. It's like, no, we have.
They weren't involved in this. They were not involved in this.
Yeah.
Well, no.
You're unhappy with the ending. No, I question your basic writing credentials. This guy isn't a functional adult.
Yeah,
that doesn't make the point any less valid, though.
It's just there's just so much incompetence. Delve in deep to Game of Thrones, and further into the entire planned multimedia product they were trying to go with.
Oh, just wait till it gets better, right?
Oh, it gets better. It gets so much better. It gets so better. In fact, I can't even explain how better it gets.
I can't stand how much better it gets.
Yeah, it's unbearable how better it gets.
Yeah, we're going to keep reading. We're going to keep reading House of the Dragon. We're going to read keep reading Fire Cannot Call a Dragon until the ending.
Which will most likely, who knows, maybe we can, who knows, by the time, besides, I'm near my limit because I've only invested for Game of Thrones since around season 7 times, so I got like maybe a year's worth and a half of investment just ruined.
Yeah. Well, and so how this is gonna work. So I actually got the schedule slightly wrong. So the Conlang stream is next week, and then after that is gonna be the writing religion and fantasy, and then writing the opposite gender.
By the way, the religious fighting fantasy allows everybody here to go off about how their religion is better and everyone else is stupid.
Do I get to visit people?
What?
Well, yeah, obviously you're supposed to enforce your religious intention upon everybody because that's the only way to go about it.
Or basically, we'll be like the schedule's up there. I'll create a kind of updated list so I can kind of make things more clear. Tomorrow there's not going to be a stream. Friday there will be a stream with just me and Leslie Sedai of Stuck in Arrakis. I Very much appreciate her time. Oh, Mary, we are reading the book on stream, so you don't have to buy it.
Yeah, no, you get to hear it for free.
Yeah, just
and we have to commentate and kill our brain trying to think about it.
We basically we'll summarize the book as we read it. Sometimes we'll skip over like the not so bad stuff, but we'll quote verbatim the bad stuff.
Yeah, listen here. We are here for your convenience. We are here for your safety. We are here to protect you. We are here to entertain you.
We put ourselves through this so you don't have to sink wasted money into this book.
We're doing you a favor by having you not expend your life, not spending your lifespan on this.
Yeah. And we do that every Monday at 1. Next week is going to be, I think, about Jaime Lannister, and then about the Reigns of Castamere. And Neff has never seen the Reigns of Castamere, so
I want to also watch it. Oh, okay, I gotta watch that with you. I like to hear a reaction to it.
How about this? So since we're not having a stream tomorrow, we'll just watch the 1-hour video, 1 hour and 8 minutes ish of we'll just record ourselves watching the video of it and other stuff, and we'll just watch that. Sound good?
Okay.
Tomorrow, and we'll just do that tomorrow.
I'm fine with that.
Tomorrow, we'll do that tomorrow. Then Friday, you guys can take a break. Then Writer Showcase. Then Sunday, we won't do anything. Then Monday, we'll come back with the regular stuff. And then next Tuesday, no stream. Wednesday, Conlang. Then then Thursday, Religion and Fantasy. Break on Friday. Saturday, Writer Showcase. Then Monday will be the next chapter. I don't even know what it is. And then it'll be writing characters of the opposite religion on the Wednesday after that.
Next.
So, Wolf, clean up your mind.
Listen. Well, kind of.
Down, boy.
Okay. Well, first off, Occupation Army, you flatter me. I am no hero. I am simply I don't even know what alignment I am. So I don't give it to.
You're the person who I torture for my amusement.
No, I'm the person that signs up for torture because you use the motivator.
Also, you're a masochist.
No, I'm a sadist.
You're a masochist. Sadist inflicts pain on others. Sadist
gets pain from others' pain. Masochist gets pain. It gets pleasure from pain.
Fair enough.
I have put Occupation Army Flame War intensifies. Yeah, that the religion and fantasy video is just gonna be one giant flame war disguised as
yeah.
Not even disguised very, very well either.
Well, thank you all for coming. We're cutting off at the 4-hour mark. Adios.
Holy shit. Okay, we're going. Go!